Well, I suppose that Madame Azura is already here. I
Yes,
mean, the
Brother.
first speaker. Okay. Madam, please allow me to officially start the session first, yeah?
Okay.
We haven't really started yet because it's the first speaker for today is you. So let me officially begin. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Everyone, welcome back to day 2 of Taaruf Week, semester 1, session 2024-2025. So, a very warm greeting to each and every one of you once again. So perhaps let me reintroduce myself in case some of you have not seen me before. I mean, in the first day. I am Muhammad Yasir Maulana, a PhD of Business Administration student from Kuliah of Economics and Management Sciences, or KENMS IIUM, and I am also the Vice President 1 of Postgraduate Student Society IIUM, or PGSS IIUM. I did my bachelor's and master's in IIUM too, yeah, and I will be the MC for today's program. I will also be the moderator, and on behalf of the organizing committees, I would like to extend our appreciation for your presence today. But before we start, let's recite the Kitab Al-Fatiha. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. And now, I would like to invite the attendants to get your attention ready as the program will begin soon. All right, so without further ado, let's begin with the briefing of our finance division. The briefing will be given by Madame Azura binti Alias. She is the Deputy Director of the Student Financial Services Finance Division, IIM. Please welcome Madame Azura.
Thank you, brother. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Madam Azura from Student Financial Services Department. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I will start directly on the briefing on student financial policies and procedures. Okay, there we will cover 3 areas: type of fees, financial policies and procedures, and payment method. Okay, we have a type of fees in IIUM for the postgraduate. One is the entrance fees. I believe all of you, before you are coming as a student, you receive the offer letter and it shows the entrance fees. The entrance fee you need to pay. And then the tuition fee. Tuition fee will be charged every semester whenever you register. Recurrent academic fees is the fees that we charge for all the facilities that you use in the IIUM. Okay. A health insurance for our international student. Hotel fee. Bench fee is for the kuliah with lab. Okay, understand? Okay, then evaluation fee, as you know, when you are going towards your end of your study, you will have the thesis evaluation fee and also graduation fee. Okay, all of these you can see. I'll explain on the hostel fee. Hostel fee, this is the new rate for okay. For Malaysian, semester 1 and semester 2, 1,632.50 cents per semester. And for international, 2,262.50 cents per semester. For semester 3, we'll charge half, 810 per semester. Okay. Rukaya, this is the executive room, 720 ringgit per month. And also for undergraduate room, this is most of the time, this one is for our UG student. Okay, 822.50 cents. And for international, 1,512.50 cents. However, the rate you will find more accurate at the RSD. Okay. Okay, next, this is how you can view your financial statement. Okay, in IIUM, you enter your IIUM and you click the services, my services here, and you will see finance. You click finance, and then you will see your statement. Your financial statement will come out. And as you can see, this is all the charges. You can see on the left side of your financial statement, if the charges to you. Okay, whatever charges, you can see on your left side of the statement. Whereas for the right side of your statement, this is the payment, of payment. So make sure if you have paid your fees or whatever to the university for regarding your study, you will see it here. It will reflect it here. Okay, make sure it reflect if or not, or if you have paid but it is not reflected yet in the statement, please contact us or email us. Make sure it is reflected, because as the balance will be outstanding and might be blocked. If you can, in future, if you want to view your result, okay, or you want to further register, the system will block you from register. Okay. Positive amount means that you still have debt with the university. If it is in the bracket, extra payment. Sorry. Okay. Now I will proceed with the financial policies and procedures. This is the policies that we are using right now. All outstanding fees should be fully settled at least 2 weeks from pre-registration period. Otherwise, students will be barred from registering for the coming semester and seeing their examination result. And entrance fee will not be refunded in the event the student withdraws from the university. Meaning that if you are you withdraw from the university in any point of time, entrance fee will not be refunded. But for the tuition fee and related fees, we will refund in the event of withdrawal of study leave. Study leave only for medical reason, then you will get the refund. 90% refund if the date of your withdrawal from first day up to first month. 60% refund from first month up to the second month. Means that before 60 days after you register, you still entitled for 60% refund. And then no refund. After 60 days, you've been with the university. If you do your withdrawal or study leave, there'll be no refund at all. Okay. During the short semester, the tuition fee will be charged according to the credit hour registered, and the related fees will be charged half from the normal fees. Students staying for the short semester at hostel will be charged RM600 for postgraduate. This one, I'm sorry, this amount is obsolete already. You need to refer to the residential services department. They will give you the latest rate. Okay. Study extension, students should pay full research fees plus credit hour fee, if any, recurrent academic fees during the extension period. Audited fees, the fee credit hour for audited subject will be half from the normal fee. Graduation fee for you now is 100 and 200 and RM 250, not 200 anymore. is compulsory to be paid upon graduated. Postgraduates who registered comprehensive examination will be charged additional tuition fee, RM 200. Prerequisite subjects, the fee per credit hour for prerequisite subject will be charged according to the type of the subject registration. Sometimes in your study, you need to take a prerequisite subjects, so there will be other charges, additional charges on top of that. The university has the right to revise the fees without notification. For further details, kindly visit Finance Division website, www.iium.edu.my/finance, and we have also Facebook. Okay. Okay, this is the payment methods. I will show you directly to I will share you our website. Okay. You can see, brother, this website. Can you see? Okay. Okay. This is the website for the students. You see the address. In the student finance website, you can see our homepage. This is our homepage. This is you click tuition fees. You can see your tuition fees here. Okay, for master, this is the booklet. Okay, and you can view. You click the view and you can see the booklet. Okay, and also PhD down here. Okay. And then this is the payment option. We have many payment options. We have IIUM Easy Pay. This is the one that we recommended to you because whenever you pay, it will directly reflect to your financial statement. No delay, inshallah. Okay, this is the online payment. This is the screen. Once you log in, you choose the student fees. They will guide you until you do the online banking. I think for those who familiar already with the online banking, they know how to use it. Inshallah, all of you, I believe know how to use it. Just follow the flow. Login. This login, okay. Let me show you. This is login. When you login, click this one. Login. No, login with IUMCS. This one, you need to use your username and password. The same username and password for your email. Once you enter, okay, once you enter, you will see the screen. Okay. Under here, you will see student fee, virtual counter investment by for the students. This is the button that you need to click. Click here. Login. See, IIUM student and staff. Login to account with your official IIUM credential, username, and password. But if you have parents or other parties who want to pay for you, they need to have your metric number and also your IC or passport number. Your wife, your parents, your family. Then they need to choose this, the party, express payment, party payment. But for you, if you are the one who want to pay, we advise you to do this one. Because you can see your
Excuse me, madam.
yes.
Unfortunately, we cannot see anything now. Just now, we
Ah,
only see the link. Yeah, the link, like HTTPS, everything, but we are not seeing it now. Can you adjust first?
you need to stop sharing maybe and then share again, is it? Wait. This one. Yeah, brother. Okay.
No problem.
You can see?
Okay.
Okay.
Now Zoom. We
This
are
one.
seeing Zoom.
Okay.
Okay.
This
Transaction history. Okay. Is that pay, right?
Yes, Easy Pay.
Okay.
Okay, I show again. Okay. Okay, this is the method of payment. Okay, wait. Okay, you see this one? Just now you can
This
see this one or
one,
not? This
bachelor
is
degree
our website.
program.
This is our website
Yeah.
for the students, Okay.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
then you can see your, if the student want to know what is the tuition fees charged to me, you click this tuition fees, and then masters is down here. Master program, and also for PhD. If you click here, I have until 9:30, right?
Yes, madam.
Okay.
9:30.
Okay, wait. You will see the booklet. Sorry, need to wait. Okay. Here you can see your charging. Inside the booklet, you go to your kuliah, your kuliah. And then, for example, this is for iCall. This is the charges. If you are with engineering, maybe wait. Okay. If you are lab under research, you will see. It depends on your mode, right? For the PG, it depends on your mode of studies, coursework, research, or mixed mode. So, and then you can see the charging that should be charged to you and should be appear in your financial statement after you register in that semester. Is it clear, brother? Okay.
Perhaps if you can zoom in a bit, madam.
Okay. Okay.
Much better. Thanks.
Okay. For example, I choose this one is for engineering. Engineering, you can see all charges because postgraduate, they have 3 types of mode: coursework, research, and mixed mode. Okay, for coursework, research will not charges, but for research, you can see all the related charges here: interest, tuition fee, coursework. This one, if they take subject with credit hour, the charging will be 450 per credit hour. Tuition fee research, this one will be charged directly to your statement. Recurrent also, and then the bench fee, because this is a lab, evaluation fee, and graduation. This is rate for the whole study. This is Malaysian rate for the whole period of the study. You need to divide it by your semester lah. Okay. If you still extend the 2,600 for research, will be charged to you. Sorry. Okay. This is how you can view your financial statement. Then this is the payment option. Payment option that I said just now. Sorry, brother, internet quite slow. Oh,
Okay, madam. Take your time.
okay. Allahu Akbar. Okay. Okay, this is the method of payment that we have at IIUM. We have IIUM Easy Pay. Okay, the one that just now I show you how to enter, how to pay. Okay, this is the button that you need to click, student fee. You click this one. And then the button will, alah, kenapa jadi sini? Buttonnya tak sini ni. Mungkin. Oh, sebab dah login. Okay. Okay, I log out first. Okay. Click this button. And then they will give you these two. One is your login, your username and password that you have with IIUM. For record, I advise you to use this one. As a student, if you pay for yourself from your account, login. Okay? Because this system will record for your payment on the history of your payment, the system. But if you have parents or family who want to pay for you, or anybody who want to pay for you, you need to give them the student metric number and also your IC or passport number. Then they can proceed with the payment. Okay, this is how you log in. Okay. You will see this one, your transaction, successful or not, attempt payment. Attempt payment, successful means if you already pay, it will reflect directly to your account. Okay? Or whereas for attempt payment means that your payment is not really reflected the system. Fail payment directly fail lah. Only like is on transit. Maybe you need to wait for some minutes whether it's really okay or not. If you got this attempt payment, please check your bank account. Maybe they have deducted your bank account, so you need to inform us. Okay. Then to share, I'm sorry for the, okay. Whereas for other payment of method, we also have for those who in Malaysia already, they want to pay through JomPay, right? Means that I don't know how to use Easy Pay. I want to pay with other channels. We have other channels, but all these channels, we have JomPay, we have Flywire. Okay, wait. JomPay is you go to your bank and then you click JomPay. You follow this this flow. They will guide you. Okay, but the risk is that it will not reflect your statement immediately. You need to wait for the next 1 or 2 days after you make the payment. That's why we advise for local or international student to use this IIUM Easy Pay. Have you used Easy Pay, brother?
No.
Not yet.
No.
You need to, you just, okay. So, whereas for Flywire also, you will see in Easy Pay. To the international students, you need to use Easy Pay, you use the Flywire. Flywire is the platform for international payment. Okay. Whereas for our local, they have KWSP. KWSP for those who already work or maybe your parents want to pay for you, you can apply to get the BSP through online. And the last one, not very recommended, but I think for the first time international will come here, most of them will use this one, the graphic transfer. They transfer from their bank outside to our university. All the details is down here, okay? I really advise you to go to our website and you can see all. You can see also this one, scholarship and financial assistance. Okay. We also listed out all the available that we can share with the students. Some of it is meant for UG, and some of the scholarship can apply by our PD student. So I advise you to go through our website and try to find the info. Okay, this is announcement. Okay, any announcement is here. This is Siswa. Okay, I think all of you already have this guide. Okay, so that's all. Brother, can you see the other screen? No. You still on the website?
This is, yeah, on the website, due date of payment.
Okay. Now I change. You did not see it, is it? No.
No.
Okay, let me stop again. Stop again, and then, okay. Okay, I already shows you this is the platform where you can find all the information regarding your finance, your financial assistance, the person to contact, how to make payment, and the announcement.
Are you showing something? Sorry?
Yes, yeah.
Are you showing?
Oh, I didn't share. Wait. No. Sharing. Can see? No.
This is the link. This is still the link.
Oh, link. Okay. 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 Okay, the link. Okay. This is the contact number.
Okay.
Okay, this is the contact number. You can call us at this number. This is my name, Sister Nur Fazila, and also Brother Faiz. But in actual facts, you can you can call all of us there. We have many numbers there at the website. And maybe this is not the updated number. We advise you to always go to our website, finance website, okay? That's all, Brother. Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah. Madam,
Yes.
would you welcome at least one question?
Can?
Or are you rushing? No.
No, you can ask. No problem.
Okay. I think around 2 to 3 questions, people, because then we will also have our next speaker after this straight away.
Okay.
So let me go ask with this. For 1 second, yeah. For tuition fee, full-time research mode, does that include the audited subject fee as well?
No. Audited fee, it will be different charging. Research fee is only one, is one charges. The one amount that we will charge for every semester you register. On top of that, if you have the audited subject, it will be other charges. But it's not too expensive now. It depends on your kuliah.
Okay. Then let me see. I'll try to take the most relevant questions. Oh, this person have 3 questions. First, let's answer one by one, madam.
Okay.
Does the matric card double up as a debit card? So I think, will it be, can it be used
Yes.
as a debit card too?
Yes. The matric card is your debit card. Correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Annie Lennon, that's the answer. And then if yes, can I deposit cash directly into the card's account? Can I do this on the Gombak campus?
Yes. By the deposit, we only have one machine near the library, but that one is for you to take out your money. Okay, if you want to transfer, if you have other account, then you can do online transfer to that RHB account. Okay.
Then, can I make transfers from the matric card bank account to other Malaysian accounts? If so, how long does it take for transfers to arrive?
Pardon?
Can I actually, madam? Anyways, you can also view the question in the chat, yeah, if you want to look at it. But this one, can I make transfers from the matric card bank account? Yeah, transfer from that, from the matric card account to other Malaysian accounts.
Yes, can. Yes.
Okay. All right. And then one more question. Sorry, yeah, people. We cannot really entertain all at once. Can you explain more about bench fee, please? But I think you said it's fee for studies with lab, right?
Yes.
Laboratory.
Right. That's right. The bench fee is for the courses with lab. For
Courses,
the research,
yeah.
For the research, as I show you just now on the fee structure, the bench fee is charged for under the mode of research.
Okay. Maybe one more. Let me see.
I can answer this one. How is the payment procedure for JPA sponsorship? JPA, they will pay directly to the student. So you need to pay your fees by yourself. JPA will pay your scholarship directly into your personal account. It will not transfer to the university. So just make sure you pay your fees once you receive the scholarship from them. Any other question, brother? You're interested to know?
I think, okay.
May I ask a question?
Okay, all right.
A simple question. Where do we get or collect with our metric card?
Okay, brother, if you want to collect your matric card, you can go to IIUM, Koperasi IIUM. It's just, the office is just around there is the office, Smart Card IIUM near the co-op, in the central, near the masjid.
Yeah, near the compound.
Yes, near the NICU, around there. The office is around there. There is one office called Smart Card IIUM office. You can pick from there. Or you can wait for the announcement. There will a session that they will distribute the RHB card to the student. You have 2 choices. If you want it so fast, then you can go to the IUM Koperasi office, or you can wait for the announcement for the session that RHB will be here in the university, and they will you get the card on the same time and you can activate the card. Understood?
All right, madam. Clear. Thank you.
Welcome.
Hello, Assalamualaikum. Can you hear me? I have a question. For our registration, when we go to the ITAS Jill website for payment, for the first payment, it only allows us to use IUM Easy Pay. Can we use Jom Pay or transfer to account?
Can, brother, can. You just go to our
So,
website and follow the procedure. You follow the procedure. They already outlined the procedures in our website just now.
okay,
Payment method.
finance division.
Yes.
Okay,
Mm-mm.
okay, thank you.
Okay. Madam, we can take more questions perhaps if you are not rushing, and since our speaker is not here yet, but please let us prioritize the questions from the chat box first because they
Okay.
come first, yeah?
Mm.
How can we collect? Let me see the latest one. I've paid, this is a question. I've paid using the John Pay channel for my enrollment fee. Due to the nature of my scholarship, I'm required to get the official receipt. Where can I get this?
Okay, please email us at finance@iium.edu.my, or it must be better if you can come to our counter and request the receipt from the counter.
Okay. All right. Madam, thank you very much then. Brother Abdul Latif is already here. So, Madam, thank you so much for the session. Yeah. And we really appreciate that you shared with us about how to view the financial statement on IIUM, the payment channels, EZPay, and all these. And Madam, we shall see you next time. Thank you.
Hey, brother, thank you very much, Brother Yasir. You, all of you
Welcome,
also. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. And yes, everyone, thank you also for your participation. I really hope that everyone can be as lively as with the next speaker. Let me introduce. The next is, okay, it has its own title, people. Effective Presentation Skills and Visual Communication. This will be delivered by Mr. Muhammad Abdul Latif, the Senior Assistant Director of IIUM World Debate and Oratory Center, or IWON, IWON. Yeah. And please, usually Mr. Abdul Latif would like everyone to participate. So whenever he asks questions, please respond to him. Mr. Abdul Latif, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Am I audible?
You're audible, sir. Nice. Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, that's great. Should I begin?
Yes, please, sir.
I can share my slides, right?
You should be able to. Can you try to share first? See. Okay. We see it.
All right. That's great. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. Dear brothers and sisters, and of course dear brother master of ceremony, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning to all of you, and it's my pleasure to be here and share some of the insights and some of the things that I have gone through in my own experience, and I hope that it will be beneficial to all of you. And my presentation title is Effective Presentation Skills and Visual Presentation. Right? Are you all with me?
Yes.
Alhamdulillah.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
As brother Yasir, right?
Yeah.
Brother Yasir said that I always make it as engaging and as interactive as possible. So I will do that. So please do participate. You can speak by turning your microphone on or unmute yourself, or you can also try to put in the chat. I will hopefully open the chat once in a while and have a look at it as well. Right. So let's get through it. Right. When you talk about presentation skills, right? what is exactly presentation skills and why is it important. Presentation skill involves speaking to a group of people. In your case, you will be probably maybe like Brother Yasir here, chairing a program or making a paper presentation or defense your thesis proposal, or even defend your own thesis towards the end, or make any speech in any event. If you are involved in some societies and clubs, you will probably chair meetings. So these are all situations where you are presenting something, right? It could be a just purely verbal presentation, or it could be presentation with visual aids, flip charts, video content, slides, right? These are all presentation skills. Why is it important? As I said, at many stages of your life, even at many stages of your student life, you will be making presentations, right? If you are doing by research, master's by research or PhD by research, you will be presenting your research outcome, you will be presenting your papers. So those are very common. If you are doing courseworks, you will probably present in class different presentations on different subjects, right? So these are always relevant. So that's the starting point of why presentation skill is important, what it is, and what it involves. Right, I want you to share with me, right? So when you present, there are certain challenges, certain barriers, or certain inhibitions that you probably will be facing, right? Or you have faced, right? Can you share those experiences from your own presentation or from your own thinking? All right. Okay. So you can either write in the chat box, or you can just straight away speak up just by unmuting your microphone. All right. So what are the challenges or barriers? And we'll talk about them. We'll see whether we can hear other people, how they have overcome those barriers or problems. All right, I can see it. A few sisters have written stage frights. Somebody has written translating, making PowerPoint, time management, anxiety. All right, there's just too many going in, right? Lack of confidence, audience who refuse to accept opposing ideas, right? Certainly there are people who are very strongly opinionated, right? Butterfly in your stomach. Yeah. Okay, let's go one by one, right? I think the biggest problem that a lot of people say is nervousness or lack of confidence, or sometimes that can translate into stage fright if we are speaking on a stage. All right, so let's start with that, right? Anybody has idea how do you deal with your nervousness? Let's go one by one, right? I'm taking note of these, right? And then we'll talk about them. Now, let's share ideas about how do you deal with nervousness. Take long breath, all right? Anxiety, prepare well. Okay, prepare well. Take long breath. What else? Any other idea? Practice, right? Practice repeatedly. Always practice your presentation. Practice in front of an audience if possible, right? Challenge to minimize text in PowerPoint. Okay, that's a problem, right? Okay, we'll talk about these things. Mock presentation, that's probably similar to practice. Move around before speech to reduce your nervousness. Okay, all right. Any other ideas? Understand our topic. Okay, is that a problem, or is that a way to deal with nervousness? All right, nervousness is very natural. Nervousness is very natural. Okay, somebody says you can do some zikr. Surely, right? Nervousness is a natural thing, and everybody faces it. Even the best of the presenters also face nervousness. Okay, can someone tell me, right, or can you share why people are nervous? Okay, people are nervous because of expectation. Okay, all right. Maybe you think that people are expecting a lot of things that you cannot deliver, so you are nervous. Everyone is looking at you, that causes nervousness. You are afraid that people will laugh at you, right? Yeah. So nervousness happens because of all these reasons. Sometimes it's because of some negative thinking, right? Or people will laugh at you. But you never ask, why would people laugh at you? They must have a reason to laugh at you. If your ideas are good, right? If your presentation is good with style, language don't have major problems, then why would people laugh at you, right? So you have to give it a thought, right? If people laugh at you, there must be a reason, right? People generally are appreciative when they see that you are trying your best and you are presenting your ideas which are understandable, right? Uncertainty of people's expectation, right? So if you know why you are nervous, it could be simply that you have a negative thought, right? Then deal with that negative thought. If you are nervous because you are less prepared, then the answer to that would be you prepare. If you are nervous because your language command, when you speak, you make a lot of grammar errors or pronunciation errors, then you need to fix that. Of course, it takes a bit longer to fix these language problems, but it is possible. Right? So nervousness happens for a reason. Sometimes it happens also for no reason. You are nervous just because of some negative thinking. You have to try to give yourself that confidence. Say that, okay, I have done it. I have prepared enough. I have presented in front of my friends. I have practiced a lot of time, so I should be able to deliver. Right? So give yourself that comfort, that confidence. Then, during the actual presentation, you will not be nervous. I also would like to share with you, right? I am not generally nervous when I'm speaking in front of a small group of students because I do that all the time. Right? But I will become nervous if I'm presenting in front of maybe, let's say, many professors sitting in front of me, right? I'll be nervous because, again, this is something that I haven't done very often, or this is something that I am not used to doing. So if I'm used to doing something, I will not be nervous. But if I'm not used to doing something, I will be nervous. If I'm used to presenting speeches in my own language, then all of a sudden I'm trying to speak or present in English, then I could be nervous because this is again something I haven't done very often, right? So these could be reasons for nervousness. You need to know the reasons and then deal with it, right? Right. So nervousness is a problem. Language barriers could be a problem. Lack of knowledge could be a problem. I think these are some of the things that we have all talked about. So we talked at length about nervousness and anxiety. If it is a stage and you have stage fright, then one simple idea could be you go up to the stage before your speech, maybe the day before, right? Take some time, feel the stage, feel the crowd. Of course, there is no crowd, but feel at least how big the hall is, the ambience, right? So you can even try the microphone and see whether you can deliver your voice or project your voice properly, right? So if it is a stage fright, then getting used to that stage would be helpful, right? Language barriers, I talked a little bit about it, right? I used to have problems in my first year of my studies in undergrad, probably until second year as well, right? I had major language barrier, i.e. speaking in English, right? Presenting in English because of pronunciation problem, the words don't click so easily, right? I know the word, but it doesn't come to my mind. So all these kind of problems are possible, right? If the language barrier is the reason for your presentation not being very good or not being excellent, then you need to fix those, right? That comes through time, presenting in English again and again, or making sure that you spend time choosing the right words, right? If the problem of if the problem of presentation is lack of knowledge, then obviously you will have to read up, prepare well. For your presentation, most of the time you will have plenty of time to prepare. right? Unlike, some of the speeches, impromptu speeches for Toastmasters or impromptu speeches for debate where you don't have enough time to prepare. Most of your academic presentation, you will have plenty of time to prepare. You know in advance what the topic is, so you will have plenty of time to research, so you can easily deal with the problem of lack of knowledge. But of course, again, there could be a question people are asking, right? There could be questions people asking on which you don't know enough. And there is no harm saying that, oh, I am not aware of this, or I don't have enough knowledge of this. I will find out the answer to this, and hopefully I can share with you later, right? So there is nobody in this world knows everything, right? In fact, the more you know, the more you realize that you don't know so much of stuff, right? So lack of knowledge is not just your problem or my problem. It's a problem of everyone, including professors and the highly knowledgeable philosophers, right? Lack of knowledge is natural, but on the subject that you are presenting, try to get as much knowledge as possible before you actually face an audience. Sometimes you're afraid people won't understand, right? Can you tell me why people won't understand you? Sister Suryati, right? Why wouldn't people understand you? You can speak up if you would like, or you can type in, right? Why people won't understand you? If it is just a feeling that you are afraid people won't understand you, then you have to get rid of that feeling, right? You could do that by just inviting few friends and deliver your presentation and ask them, did they understand, right? And if they did not understand, sometimes then ask them, what part did they not understand? Then maybe another way, I have done it many times, right? I used to debate. So I would record my speeches and then I will listen to it and see whether what I'm explaining comes out clear. Then I can restructure my sentence, making shorter sentences, being more straightforward, right? So if people won't understand because of language problems, then you need to fix that, right? If people don't understand because of your pronunciation, because we are from different countries, and particularly in IIU, we have students from different countries, and for most of them, English is not their first language. So, and many times our language or English is influenced by our culture or our own language. So when our own language influences the way we speak, sometimes people will have trouble understanding you, right? So that's natural, but you have to try to correct it as much as possible. Of course, you don't have to speak Queen's English, or you don't have to speak like the British or the Americans, but you need to speak every word clearly to a standard that generally people understand you, right? I have many examples I have shared with people in a lot of my speeches, right? So people from India or Bangladesh or Arab world, they have specific problems in pronouncing certain words. Some people can't pronounce joint letters, right? For example, let me speak, right? Some people cannot pronounce speak. They will pronounce speak, right? So these are because of particular language that they have grown up with and how that influences the way they speak English. If you don't have those problems, alhamdulillah. But if you have those, it's difficult to get rid of them when you are already like 25 years old or 22 years old, right? But it's possible to minimize it. If you minimize it, that's good enough, right? People will understand, will be able to follow you, right? Sometimes the audience don't think the same way the presenter thinks. Obviously, right? Not everybody will agree with you, and not everybody will think the same way you think. Your idea is getting your message across. They don't have to agree with you. If they understood what you're saying, your presentation is already successful. They understood, but whether they agree or disagree, everybody is entitled to their opinion, right? So I don't think it's a problem that they don't agree with you. But of course, it can be a bit of a problem if your supervisor does not agree with you. Then you might have trouble getting your thesis approved, right? That one you have to deal with it. But in the class presentation, there will be people who disagree with you, and we can respectfully disagree. No problem. People have their own opinion. You don't have to make everybody agree. All right. Okay. Any other issues that we have? We'll go in as I share my experience of presenting and some of the things that I have actually prepared for today. We will go through more of more details of this, right? So when you are nervous, you shiver, you lose your voice trembles, you forget your speech, you get stuck, you lose your control. So these are some of the things that happens, right? And I have a famous quotation here. There are only two types of speakers in the world: the one who are nervous and the one who are liars. What does that mean? That means everybody is actually nervous. If somebody says that I'm not nervous, then he is actually lying. That's what his opinion. All right. Right. We talked about it, right? You need to know, where does your fear come from? Why am I afraid? What am I afraid of? And then you deal with them, right? Maybe you are worried that many people or too many people are looking at you, right? You are afraid of saying the wrong words, wrong things. You don't know what the people expect, right? If you don't know what the people expect, then again you can do a bit of audience analysis. We can probably talk about it a bit later. Maybe I have a slide on this, right? Sometimes you feel overwhelmed with the environment, right? You will feel overwhelmed, probably not in the class presentation, but you might feel overwhelmed when the audience is so large or the audience is so highly reputed, right? You are speaking in front of, as I said, all professors. Then you might feel overwhelmed, right? Worried about your grades, right? Or judged, right? Will my professor agree with me, right? So these things cause nervousness, and you need to deal with them depending on what is the cause, right? Dealing with fear, we talked about it. Repeatedly exposing yourself to the same situation. Normalize your fear, right? Practice makes one perfect. Deal with the underlying reasons. We talked about it. Deal with the underlying reasons. Prepare well, research, review, visualize your presentation. Before you present, you actually go through in your own mind that you are presenting and what is the flow like, right? Visualizing would be important right before your presentation. But if you have practiced many times, that visualization is not needed. Familiarize with yourself with the settings, right? I have talked about it. You can go up to the stage the day before, right? You can speak, make your presentation to an empty hall. That's also one way to familiarize yourself. Be realistic. No one is perfect, so you're not going to make a perfect presentation. You will make mistakes. We make mistakes. We learn from every mistake that we make. So be realistic about your ability and make the best out of your ability, right? Over high expectation may also create, kind of nervousness. Build faith in yourself, but don't be overconfident, right? So if you are generally a good speaker, you should give that confidence to yourself. If you are not, you should give yourself that I have improved over time, right? Grow that confidence in yourself. Overconfidence, the problem with overconfidence is that you might prepare less. You might not pay due attention to the topic because you are just overconfident that, oh, everything will go normal. But then when you present, it doesn't go so well because you are too confident of the presentation. All right, next question. When can you say that you have made an effective presentation? Or good presentation? Let me look if there is anybody who has typed an answer. When would you say that your presentation was effective? When you yourself are satisfied with it. Okay, good. If you are satisfied, chances are it was effective. But when will you, what will make you satisfied? Okay, it is a good presentation if all points have been presented to the audience. Okay, that's one of the criteria. Yeah. When people understood your ideas, certainly, right? People understood your ideas. People understood what you said, right? Okay. when people are clearly conveyed to the audience. Okay, points are clearly conveyed. That means probably similar to people understood you. People understand the topic that you deliver. All right, great. I'm having a bit of blocked nose. Bear with me if sometimes I am unable to speak very clearly. When everyone understands you. Yep. When people ask many questions, offer different views. Yes, that's also one of the ways to know that your presentation went through very well. When you made a good impression. Yep. People claps, right? When you have made a good impression on your supervisors. Yep. If you have good visual and audio. Yep. Right. So I think I have a quick summary of when would you say you have presented well, and okay, I think I have over. Right. So the ones I have is when people pay attention to you. Okay. People pay attention. They are listening to you. You can see that they are listening to you. Right. That's one criteria. Another criteria could be, obviously, most of you said it, people understand you. Another one could be, and often people remember your ideas, right? How much of what you say people remember? If people remember, then again, that's a successful presentation. Sometimes people want to copy some of the things that you say. They use that in their own presentation. Again, that is an idea that your presentation was effective. And of course, people ask questions and people want to know more from you, right? These are some of the criteria to know that your presentation has been successful. Right. A good presentation, an effective presentation, right? There are three elements that we usually look into to make your presentation attractive, good, effective, successful. Number one is content. Okay. So what content do you have? If your contents are good, they are rich, appropriate to the audience, right? Again, somebody said that you don't know the audience expectation. It depends, right? If the audience are your fellow classmates, then the expectation is slightly different. If the speech audience are school children, then expectation is different. If the audience are made of professors, lecturers, then the expectation is different, right? So content must suit your audience. Content must be rich, of course. Content should be interesting. Contents could be thought-provoking, right? So one of the reasons why your presentation is good is because your content is good and appropriate. Another reason why your presentation is good and effective is style. It's clear, you have good body language, you have good eye contact, you projected your voice well, right? And then you have visual aids to maintain attention and retention. You have got charts, you have got slides, you have got maybe videos, you have got animations. So these are part of your style and organization. Your speech is very organized, easy to follow. So these are probably some of the criteria on which the effectiveness of presentation is dependent on. Right. So when you talk about structure, a speech will have, or presentation will have an introduction. Introduction could be an attention getter. Introduction could be a preview of what you are saying, right? Introduction could be a quotation. So many things, right? Anything could be part of that introduction. And then you have a body. Body is all the information that you wanted to convey, right? All the points, critiques, discussion, right? But the body must be also structured, right? In 3 points, or if you have got sometimes you can have a structure like why, when, how, where, WH questions, right? So that could be a body structure. Or it could be like, I'm going to talk about 5 points today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to talk about why it happens, how it happens, right? And those who criticize what they say about it, right? So you must be organized even in your body. You cannot just continue speaking for 10 minutes, 15 minutes without having different boxes of your presentation, right? Presentation is like many boxes, right? You have an intro, you have got first point, second point, third point, and people who listen to you, it is imprinted in their mind like boxes or structures, right? And then you will have a conclusion where you can review what you have said, you can make an appeal, right? Or you can give them finally, what you think is the right thing to do, right? Anything that concludes or delivers the final message of your presentation. Right. We will hear from you. Is there any question on this up to this point?
Questions, people? Any concerns about your presentation so far, perhaps? How to deal with this and that? Mr. Abdul Latif would be very
Right.
happy to answer
Let's
it.
continue. Let's continue as we go more.
Okay.
Maybe there will be questions. All right. We're looking at intro, right? We said power intro. An introduction is the one that creates the first impression. How would the audience perceive you, right? Do they feel like they want to listen to you, right? That's the purpose of introduction. You generate an interest. Okay, audience judges you from the very beginning, right? If you start with grammatical errors or very wrong words, choice of words, then they start getting, they feel off, like, oh, why am I here? Why am I listening? Right? This speaker is not good, right? So they start judging you. You start making an impression within the first few seconds, maybe 20 seconds of your presentation, right? Or 30 seconds. So your objective is give people reason to listen to you. You can create a preview of your overall speech. You establish credibility. You tell them the purpose of your speech. You grab attention. These are all part of the introduction. Right? An introduction will set the tone that whether people's interest increase or people's interest decreases. All right, so I was just looking at the chat. There doesn't seem to be anything important for me at this stage. Right, attention grabber. How do you get people's attention? You can start with a question. And people would start thinking, okay, what is my answer? You don't have to ask them to give an answer as you begin, right? But you can start with a question, let the people think. You can start with a story, inspiring, shocking, humorous, or imagination. You can start with a quotation. You can start with a visual thing that people start looking at. Oh, that's interesting, right? You can start with the statistics, shocking statistics or interesting statistics. You can start with a statement that startles everyone. You can start with a personal anecdote, personal experience. You can start with a joke, right? All of these are possible. Some people start with a sound effect, right? Some people start with a physical demonstration. You can have a look at this, right? Engineering students probably will do that, right? So these are all possibilities to start with. And of course, the simple start is, ladies and gentlemen, today I'm going to talk about this. And this means this, right? So it's a simple introduction to what your speech is all about, right? That's probably the simplest way to do it. But as long as that's clear and you present it well, that can also maintain people's attention. You don't have to try something extraordinary. But of course, these are some of the extraordinary tips that I'm giving or I'm sharing with you that can make your presentation a lot more interesting. So once you get the attention, right, then of course you will be going through the content, all these, right? So I'm talking about style. So remember, one of the reasons why your presentation would be effective, good, people will understand you. One of the reasons, in addition to content, right? Content, you get it through research, is the style, right? So some of the elements of style is your facial expression. Facial expression must be pleasant, right? People will love to see you, right? That kind of appearance. Number two, clarity and language. Number three, body language. Number 4, vocal style. I have also included visual aid or present in your presentation. These are also part of style, right? Maybe I will go through a bit more in details. When you talk about styles, number 1, you need to be clear, very clear of what you are saying, simple and straightforward. After 1 minute of talking, if people don't understand what you are saying, there is some problem with your presentation, right? So I have listened to people, and then I'm at the end wondering what exactly the point that he's trying to make, right? So it's important to be very clear, very simple, and straightforward. But simple doesn't mean that you will be always choosing all the simple words. Sometimes having some words which are a lot more appropriate and of high thought would be important. But then sometimes people may not know those words. So there is always reason to maintain simplicity in your presentation, right? In written articles, you will probably find more uncommon words. But in verbal presentation, it's always a good thing, good practice to choose the easier one and the simpler one, right? That is a saying that choose an easier word or simpler word than a more difficult word. Choose a direct sentence than an indirect sentence. Choose a shorter sentence than a longer sentence, right? So these are some tips to be clear, simple, and straightforward. Do not read from text. Do not appear unsure, right? Sometimes if you have prepared a lot, you have written a lot, then you might end up focusing so much on your paper and people don't feel that you are talking to them. Or if you have slides, then you're looking at the slides more often than you're looking at the people who are listening to you. Don't do that, right? Don't look for approval. Speak with confidence. Avoid stop gaps, fillers like right, or now, or basically some people say yardi, or Malaysians will say apani, upper, right? So these words to be avoided. Why people say these words? They say these words because they are not sure what to say next or what words. These are called fillers or stop gaps, right? We need to avoid them. Volume, consciously choose your volume. Are you speaking too loud? You only have like 10 students in front of you. There is no need to be loud. Or there is no need to be so understated that only the people on the first row can hear you, right? Sometimes it happens, particularly for sisters, right? Your voice is not loud enough for people at the back to listen to you, right? If you don't have a microphone, then make sure that you consciously choose your volume. Pace, do not speak too fast. Be gracious. Do not speak too slow either, then you may not be able to cover all the topic, right? 120 words per minute probably is good. Some people speak slightly more than that. So these are all depending on what your style is, who are listening to you, what is the purpose of your speech. Intonation, vary your presentation, right? Do not speak with a flat voice all throughout. Particularly if you speak like, remember, if you speak like politicians, it's a short speech, not a lecture, professorial lecture where you will be speaking for a long time. There could be some level of monotonousness or flat presentation in that. But if you are speaking only for 5 minutes, then you might want to vary your tone. Sometimes you'll slow down. Sometimes you will go a bit faster. Sometimes you will speak a bit louder. Sometimes you will. So again, this shows passion and emotion and involvement. Right, part of style, eye contact. You must look at everyone if possible. If it's a small classroom, then you will be looking at everyone right into their eyes. If it is a big crowd and you are up on the stage, then it may be difficult to look into people's eyes. Then you might want to just focus in different segments of the crowd. Right? Different segments of the crowd. Somebody asked, can you get the slides after this? I can share with you. I'll probably, I have my email on the first slide. If you email me, I can email you back, or I can share with the CPS, and they can share if you have a WhatsApp group or a Telegram group, there they can share with these slides. I will share with it. Yeah, no problem with me. So when I talk about eye contact, right? So you look at the people. The crowd feels that you are talking to them. You're not talking to your slides, or you are not looking through the window, or you're looking at the ceiling, right? If you're not confident, then people tend to do that, right? So you look at the people and people feel that you are talking to them. When you talk to your friends, right, where do you look at? You talk to your friends in the cafe, you talk to your friends in your room, you talk to your friends. Do you look at the ceiling, or do you look at the ground? Do you look at through the window while talking to your friend? You don't. You look at them. A presentation should have the same attitude, same reflection, that you are talking to the people who are listening to you. Hand gestures, it can be very natural. Don't put your hands in the pocket all throughout, right? Don't play with your pens when you talk, or don't just hold the paper and shake it like this as you are presenting, right? So let your hands be naturally, be natural. What your hands do when you talk to your friends, let it do that, right? So you are talking to people, your hands will move naturally. Movement, if it is a small classroom and you don't have a rostrum or a desk from which you are speaking, then you can move. You can move a little bit on the left, a little bit on the right, sometimes a little bit on towards the front. You go a bit closer to the people, you go back a little bit, right? So you can move if you are not tied to a desk or a rostrum. But the purpose of movements must be also there, right? Why do you move towards left? You move towards left because you want to get the attention of the people who are standing on the left side of the crowd, right? Now it will be funny if you are moving towards the left but looking on the right side of the people, right? You are moving to the left but looking to the right. That will be a bit odd, right? You're moving on the left means you are looking at the people on the left side. Then you're moving on the right means you are looking at the people on the right side, right? So all movements also have purpose. You don't do any purposeless movement in the presentation. All right, when we talk about clarity, each word must be spoken clearly. Avoid local accent, we talked about it earlier. Sentence structure, short, direct, simple, multiples with comma, pre-prepared phrases, right? If your presentation is not fully prepared, sentence by sentence, then you must at least prepare the main words, the catchwords, right? Those phrases would be important because those words have a lot of meaning that you want to convey. Sometimes you might want to get synonyms so that you don't repeat the same words again and again, right? Never use two words when one will do. Never use a longer sentence when shorter one will do. These are some tips, right? Part of the style is visual. Visual means using visual elements people can see. Now, when you speak, people just listen, right? People just hear, but people see you. So your body language actually is to maintain people's attention. But if you have slides, charts, right, drawing, graphics, or videos, animations, then that means people will also look at it, and that they also convey messages, not just what you say, but what people see. Right? Of course, it is online that people see on the screen, but if it is real, then they see you, then they see the graphs that you're presenting, right? They see the videos that you are presenting. Why is it important? It makes it more interesting. It grabs attention. It makes it easier for people to understand and remember. Makes it emotive and credible, right? Similar to other elements of style, the idea is that you want to get people's attention, you want to get people to easily understand you, you want to get people to remember as much as possible, right? People's attention and retention are limited. When people are listening to you, are they really paying 100% attention to you? They are not. Nobody does that. And as I'm speaking to you, there are also other things that are coming to my mind. As you are listening to me, you are also probably thinking about so many other things. You are thinking about your friends, you're thinking about your family, you're thinking about what's for lunch today. So many things come to your mind, right? People's mind wander everywhere. Even when you're listening to me, you are probably paying part of your attention, not the whole, right? There was a research that says people pay maximum 30% attention to the person speaking. Their 70% attention is about so many other things, right? In a physical environment, if somebody passing by next, on the corridor, people pay attention, right? Or there is a noise, a bird chirping somewhere, people pay attention to that. So they're not paying all your attention to you, right? So to maximize that attention, you must do many things. You must speak clearly, you must move your hands, you must show something on the board, you must show something on the slide, you show a video. All of these are actually geared towards getting maximum attention and maximum retention, right? Preparation of a presentation. How do you prepare a presentation? Right, I will take a break here and then I will see what question you have or what suggestion, additional opinion you have. Learning from everyone, right? Many of you probably who are listening to me are good speakers and you have got your own experiences. Why not? Let's share, right? You want to talk a little bit, you can just unmute and then talk. If you want to write on the chat, go ahead. All right. Okay, let's take 10 minutes to do that. Anybody wants to share anything, ask a question, or share your experience?
Assalamualaikum, Sir Latif.
Walaikum salam. Yes, please proceed.
Just want to share. I believe speaking from the heart would sometimes, or I think most of the time, help in the sense that you connect better to the audience, and that could create a better relation between we and the audience. I believe that. Thank you, sir.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Speaking from your heart, right? Okay, what does that mean? That means you really feel what you're talking about, right? You believe what you're talking about, right? Speaking from your heart, right? Particularly if it involves communication within family, among friends, speaking from your heart is very important. I don't know whether you can speak from your heart to your professor. You can. I think if your thesis is something you are very passionate about, you really believe in some of the things, then yeah, you can speak from your heart, right? That's great. That's a great tip. Anything else from anyone? Sister,
Hello.
who can you introduce yourself as well so people know who you are? And sister who spoke earlier?
Yeah, sorry, sir. I'm Adiba from inshallah enrolling to ICOL, inshallah.
Okay, I call PhD, masters.
Masters.
Okay, are you from Malaysia?
Yeah, Malaysian.
Okay,
Thank you,
all right,
sir.
lovely. I did my masters in law as well. I did
Oh,
MCL, Master of Comparative Law.
Yeah, same.
Right?
Thank you, sir.
Welcome to ICOL. Right,
Thank
yeah,
you.
so yeah, you're welcome. Another brother was speaking, right? Somebody raised hands. I just saw it on the screen.
Testing. Hello.
Yeah, brother Izzuddin, is it?
Yes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Waalaikum
wabarakatuh.
salam.
So okay, I'll just tell you about my experiences from these past few years after doing my degree. Usually, I'm always a presenter who has been working on with making slides that only have figures in my slides. So usually I use the quote, "A picture paints 1,000 words." So
Yeah.
usually, this I feel more comfortable in actually presenting my ideas through pictures so that I can explain the words better and more clearly and also on point as well. Sometimes when you put words, mostly a lot of words and jargon inside your presentation, it still doesn't give you the clear picture on what the presenter is actually talking about. So usually it's encouraged to actually just put in more pictures. Usually my presentation always involves figures, many figures, graphs, data and statistics and all that. So usually I would interpret a lot more ideas from the figures themselves rather than just a bunch of words.
Yeah,
So,
lovely.
yeah,
That's probably one of the major tips on visual presentation, right? I have got to learn from you. I think most of my presentation has got a lot of words. That's kind of true, right? But yeah, I am sometimes very amazed with these presentations that I have come through using very few words, but a lot of imagery, right? Great. Brother Izzuddin, you are joining which kuliah?
engineering.
Okay, lovely, lovely. Masters in engineering or PhD?
Masters, yeah.
All right, welcome. Hopefully one day we can meet and we can talk and I can learn from you, right?
All right, inshallah.
I am, my office is right above the visa office. If you are here physically, just drop by and say salam, right? Right above the visa office. Visa office is at level 2. My office is at level 3, IIUM World Debate and Oratory Center. We deal with universities, debaters and public speakers, help them train and participate in competitions. That's my work.
Right.
I also help with students' speeches for convocation and different ceremonies, big ceremonies mostly, yeah. All right, lovely, lovely, lovely tips. All right, anybody else wants to say, share anything, or ask questions? How to get attention in the middle of presentation, because eventually people lose their attention. I think you are right, right? Particularly if it is a long presentation, then you need to maintain people's attention. Again, in the middle of your speech, you can do something, right? You can take a break, crack a joke, or do something very different compared to what you have done all these 10 minutes. And then within that 30 seconds, you do something else, right? A startling thing. Or sometimes one of the ways, particularly if it's a small classroom presentation, right? You can also try to get people's attention by asking specific questions to individuals in the class, right? Can somebody answer me this question? So instead of you talking, let them talk. And when they talk once or twice, again, you can get back people's attention. If you have lost attention because the topic seems to be a bit complicated, or it has been just too long, or the environment has not been very comfortable, it has been hot, and then you take a break. People feel like, okay, they have gone out of that presentation and they are in a relaxed mood, and that can help. All right. Anybody else has anything to share? How many of you are attending? Oh, I have got 222 participants here. That's a lot of people, right? But only 2 persons spoke so far. How about others?
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikum salam. Yes, sister.
I am Asila from Kuliah of Science.
Okay, from Kuantan.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Actually,
okay,
it takes me a courage to talk online.
No,
but
please,
I try
go
my
ahead.
best.
Go ahead.
Because previously, my they asked me to train to speak. So I would like to ask, just now, you say about do not read from text. How to make us feel confident with do not read from the text? Yeah.
Okay, just now you are talking, right? Are you
Yes.
reading from text or are you talking?
Both.
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 Okay.
Yeah.
Generally, we do both, right? We write down few things, and then some of the things we make it from our mind, right? Okay. Even if you
Okay.
write down a lot more, like I share with you my first speech experience, right? I was in form, what is that? Form 3, right? Or in Malaysia, you will call form 2. So I was in my 6th class, right? 6th class. In Malaysia, it's probably form 1, right? Or primary, last level of primary. So there was this speech presentation on the occasion of Sirah, right? Prophet's Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's birthday. So in the school, there was a competition about speech, about his life, about, so it's about 5 minutes speech. So there was one junior category, like primary school kids or until class 6. And when I attended the briefing by the teacher that this would be a speech competition, so you can all join, I realized that there are only 2 contestants in that group. And there are 3 prizes.
Okay.
I was thinking like, oh my God, there are 3 prizes and there are only 2 contestants, I just write my name, I at least get a 3rd prize. So that's what attracted me. I thought like this is an interesting opportunity. So I wrote my name. Unfortunately, of course, somebody else wrote later, another person joined. So at the end, there are 4 contestants. But I wrote my name. And then I came back home. I told my elder brother that I wrote my name and I will give a speech on this topic. Can you help me? So he said, sure, because he was a good speaker himself. So I said, okay, so what do you want me to do? So he said, okay, write down your speech. So I wrote down, he makes some correction, editing, and then, so it's a fully written speech and I memorized like word by word, right? And then I went and delivered the fully memorized speech. I didn't look at the paper because Alhamdulillah, my memory somehow worked at that time. Now it doesn't work. If I write and memorize, I will fail. But at the time, maybe young people are very capable to memorize. So I memorized, I delivered. Right? At the end, I got 3rd place out of the 4 people. I was happy. And then I realized that it was not so difficult. It was not so difficult. And then I went more and more, and then slowly I learned. Right. So if you write down, that's also possible. If you're comfortable writing down because you are worried about your language, choice of words, that's fine. If you write it down, you need to practice more so that you don't get stuck and actually flow is there. Even if you write down, your paper should be there, but you need not refer to the paper so often. That would be probably important to remember. But if as you practice more and more, sometimes you will be finding it also possible not to write down everything. Write down the main words and then make the sentences on the spot, right? It could be because you are not very used to delivering speeches or making presentation in English. Therefore, you don't have that comfort of the language.
Yes.
And that could be the main reason why you are more dependent on writing. Nothing wrong with it, nothing harmful about it. You can do that. And to tell you the truth, most of the very important speeches are fully written, right? Like the politicians, diplomats, they cannot afford the prime minister, right? Many of their speeches are fully written not by them, written by their speech writers, and then reviewed. They look at it, they say, no, I don't want like this. I want something else. I want to add these ideas. It's written, fully written. And of course, when they deliver speeches, there is a prompter, right? They have a transparent glass in front of them, and on the glass, the speech is written. From the audience's side, you just see a transparent glass, part of decoration. But from the speaker's side, they actually see the whole speech written there. So when they are reading, they are not actually looking at the paper, they're looking at the glass, which is right in front of them. So it doesn't feel like they're looking at the paper, but it's a fully written speech. But of course, in the classroom, in our normal settings, you don't have that luxury. So you will write down the speech in paper. If you write down the speech on paper, there are some tips so that you don't refer to the paper so often. Write down in big fonts so that you don't have to focus so much on the paper. And the final paper that the final printout that you will be using on the stage or in your presentation should be the one that you have practiced with many times. Don't change the font afterwards, or don't change the pagination, right? Everything on the page, you know exactly, right? My first point is on the first page on top, and second point is on the first page at the bottom. And then the second page has the third point, right? Now, if you change, then the third point come on the first page last minute, then let's say you get stuck after second point and you don't remember what was your third point. Where do you look at? Do you look at the first page? Do you look at the second page? Look at the third page? This will not be a problem if you have used the same paper for your practice all the time, right? So do not change the speech last minute. Do not change the pagination last minute. If you want to change, make sure that after change, you also practice as many times as possible, right? So fully written speech is possible, but make sure that you know exactly what is on the paper. So sometimes you are not referring to the paper, you are speaking, then you want to refer back to the paper, you know where to look for. You don't flip, and then you don't know where exactly you were in your speech, right? So writing, nothing wrong, but some people are very comfortable delivering a fully written speech. Some people are not. I am not very comfortable now delivering a fully written or memorized speech, but I used to be when I was probably school age. So these are all possible. In my class presentation at my undergrad, I remember some of my speeches were a lot more well written, right? Particularly academic presentation, I think you need to write a lot because you are talking about very serious stuff, which you don't talk about every day. So the choice of words also matter, right? So a lot of things you will be writing them. Nothing wrong, but you just have to practice more so that you don't appear to be reading from the paper. People feel that you are actually talking to them. And also when you write, you do not write in a bookish language or a journal language. You write in a spoken language. Okay? If you write the speech, make sure that the speech is written in a spoken language. Spoken language means very short sentences, very straightforward. You said you are in Kulia of Science, right?
Yes, yes.
In like those who are from law Kulia, you would know, right? The law books, legal provisions are like sometimes one sentence is like one whole paragraph.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Yeah.
So those are possible when you are writing a journal. That's possible when you are writing a paper, research paper, but that's not advisable when you are delivering a speech. So when you are writing the speech, do not follow the writings of the paper, right? Follow the writing of the spoken language. So what I will do sometimes, I will deliver the speech first from my mind and I'll record it. And then I'll write that down.
Right. Okay.
And then I will add more. I will change some words so that it is actually spoken language. When it is a spoken language, the choice of words, the sentence structures are all very different. And it's also important that you pause at the right time so that people don't feel like it's such a long sentence. By the time you finish, I forgot the first half of the sentence.
Yes.
So I cannot connect, right? Listeners must be able to connect to every sentence that you are talking about, all right? So written language will not be suitable if you are writing a speech. You write in a spoken language, right? And then you deliver like a spoken language. Right. Anybody else has anything else to share?
I do have another question.
Sure. Please proceed.
Just now, you said that we also think others while presenting.
Yeah.
So how to stop it? Because it's make me nervous while I'm presenting, but sometimes I think others also. And the third question
You think about
is
other things. You think about other things. Means you are worried. You are worried. Is people agreeing with me?
Yes. Yeah.
Or you are looking at the audience and somebody is showing some face, somebody is doing something that takes your attention away.
Yes.
Yeah. So anybody has a tips for avoiding this?
Focus maybe?
Yeah, sure, please.
Maybe just focus to the topic and then yeah, because we have to fully concentrate it. So yeah, just focus on the thing that we want to try to deliver to the people that in front of us.
Okay, Sister Noor, you are probably from Indonesia, are you?
Yes, how do you know?
From your accent.
Oh, okay.
Right, I have trained a lot of debaters from Indonesia and then of course from Malaysia, from India. So I would generally know when people speak in IIU, particularly when people speak, I can generally say that this person is from Indonesia. That's what the point I was making earlier, right? The way you speak English is influenced by the country you are from, right? The language that you speak at home, right? Malaysians will speak, sometimes they call it Benglish. Singaporeans will speak differently, right? Mauritius, I have listened to a lot of my students from Mauritius. They speak very differently. People from French-speaking colonies, right? They speak also very differently. So again, these things can affect you as to how much people understand you. So you need to, yeah, of course, you don't have a problem. your speech was very clear. Because although I know you are from Indonesia, but your speech is not so much influenced by the way a lot of Indonesian students speak, right? Sometimes I judge debates. When I judge Indonesian students, sometimes I just don't understand what they're saying. So fast and the pronunciation is so different, right? But yours is excellent, right? So again, this is a point that earlier I made, that when you speak, try to make sure that you speak to as close to standard English as possible and minimize your local language's impact on the way you speak, right? We come back to the sister, right? How do you maintain attention? Our sister from Indonesia said that focus on what you are going to say, right? Instead of focusing on other things, right? Of course, people in the audience may do many things. Let that not be disturb you. Let that not disturb you, right? I also have one more tip on this, right? And this is the most important part of your speech is the first 1 minute. That is the time when you get attention, when you create impression, when is the time when you get yourself onto the flow. If you have done that well, chances are your flow will go well. And then again, another important is the last 1 minute. How do you end? Some people don't know how to end, then they become nervous, right? So if you have started with a good flow, that's why I would also recommend that the first 1 minute is fully prepared. You know exactly what you are saying, and then you got onto the rhythm, onto the mode, then it will be easy for you to deliver the rest of the speech. Okay, right. So I don't know if there is any more tips that I can give you in terms of maintaining your own attention towards your speech, right? But this is something that you can try.
May I ask you a question?
Sure, sister.
How can we control our tone and voice? Not too loud, not too low. I mean, how to control it?
Okay. This one, I think most important is to be aware, right? Is to be aware, right? When you start, right? Are you able to listen to your own voice? On the stage, it could be difficult, but in the classroom, it's relatively easy, right? So you judge yourself. Be aware and conscious. Am I speaking too loud? Am I speaking too understated? So that's one thing. Most of the time when you speak, we are not aware of how we are coming out to be. When you are using the microphone, right, you need to test and you need to be aware. Is it too loud? Should I put a little bit away from me? Should I bring it closer, right? Make sure that you are aware during the first 1 minute at least that you are loud enough. But you are also not too loud that people feel you're shouting. You can also ask people, am I clear? Am I audible? Right? Can you hear me clearly? People at the last bench, can you hear me clearly? Right? And then you set a standard tone that this is the voice that I want to use. And then sometimes you go up, sometimes you go down. So when you go down, people will come closer, try to make a little bit more, pay a little bit more attention. And then when you are back to normal, then people again feel. So that's again to vary your tone. Most important is that you are conscious that you want to vary your tone and you are conscious at what pitch you are talking, right? So number one is to be conscious. Number two, sometimes it's also part of my notes. You have a note, right, on what you are saying, but you should also have a style note by the second column or by the side of it or by red pen. I want to be loud here. I want to give a pause here, right? Pause, loud, tone down. So those notes will be also on your paper. Why would it be on your paper? Just so that it reminds you that at this point you wanted to give a pause. You wanted to breathe. Let people breathe a little bit. You finished a point, right? Then give them a break. Break means 10 seconds. Like what I'm doing now. Right? So you do that because then again, pauses, and then you start again on your next point. So pauses or toning down or pitching up also will be on your paper written where exactly you want to do that. There is no point just going up and down because that will be very, again, predictable and boring. But you can maintain a flat presentation for a while, then you go up a little, then you go a little down. So vary at different point in time. When you start a point, it can be a bit louder. Brothers and sisters, I am now starting on my second point. And my second point is, so when you say my second point, maybe the word second, you can speak a bit louder. So people, everybody know that you are moving into second point. So that's why you consciously choose where you want to pause, where you want to speak a bit louder, where you want to tone down yourself, right? Okay, anything else from anyone?
Thank you.
Let's carry on with the next. I probably have a few more slides to share, right? Preparation of a presentation. You do brainstorming, obviously, and prepare an initial outline. And then you do more research to find out whether what you have brainstormed is enough. And then you add content to those points or outline that you have prepared. You finalize contents upon further researches, right? And then you prepare notes on delivery style. I talked about the notes on delivery style. It could be a fully written speech, partly written speech, or fully written presentation or partly written presentation. So again, these are all things that you can finalize after your research. And then you practice or visualize. If you have few days to practice, you practice once every day. If you have time, you record. It's so easy to record. Just record on your phone and then you watch it. And then you see where you can improve, either in content or in your style, in your or your visual or your appearance. You can do all of this. If you have friends who are willing to spend some time, you give the video to your friend and say, okay, can you see this? And then tell me where I should improve. Or is it clear what I'm presenting? Right? Get a feedback from your friend and then adjust accordingly, right? So the more you do all of this, the better your presentation will be. All right, there are things on the chat, but this is probably not related to me. All right, let's carry on then. So that's about preparation, generating content. So obviously your speech, we talked about content, remember? So we speak, your presentation is important or attractive or effective because either because, partly because your style, you have got excellent style, partly because you have got good content, and partly because you are very organized, okay? So how do you get content? Ask WH questions and find answers. This could be an initial start, right? What is WH questions? Like who, when, why, how, where, right? You are making a presentation about, let's say, your research is about smoking. Then you are asking questions about who are the smokers? Is it people who are rich, who are middle class, who are lower class? Why do they smoke, right? And how to stop it. So these are WH questions. So these questions can always give you some clue as to what to include in your research or in your presentation. Not everything that you know is relevant. Focus on the content that are direct, that are logical. Make sure to include some wow factor or wow content, right? What does that mean, right? So you look at your audience, you look at what is the purpose of your presentation, then you choose what content will be relevant given the purpose and given the audience. That would be the guiding principle to choose content. Not everything that you know will be relevant. Not everything that you know will also be, you will also be able to deliver everything. You will not, because there is a time limit as well. So you have to choose always what is relevant, what is important, what is less important, what is not important at all, right? And you include some surprising, some startling factors, right? Maybe some data, some statistics. So that's wow factor that people will say, oh, I didn't know that before. Wow, really? Did that happen? Is that really true, right? So something that makes people think, something that makes people wonder, right? So that is some surprising content. You can always include that to have an extra impact. Prioritize based on your nature of the audience, based on your time frame, right? And then organize for focus and retention. right? Once you get all of these answers to WH questions, why, when, how, right? Then you decide what will be the content that you chose, and then you must organize them. Organize them, what is the intro, what is the body, and within the body, how many points you have, right? You can number them. In fact, you can tell the people that I'm going to talk about 5 things in my presentation. The moment you say 5, people would already register in their mind that there will be 5 things that I'm expecting in this presentation. So then you go one by one, and people, if they're taking notes, they will also take note with number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because you said at the very beginning that you're going to talk about 5 things. If you didn't say that, then the expectations are not set, right? So you say 5 things means they will expect 5 things. If they, at the end of your presentation, somebody looks at, oh, she said 5 things, but on my paper there are only 4. Did I miss something? What does that mean? That means you, by saying you talk about 5 things, you are controlling his mind, and you are directing his mind to look for those 5 things. If he didn't get one, he can blame you or he can blame himself. Maybe I missed out one. But if he didn't say that you're going to talk about 5 things, he will never be looking for those 5 things, right? That's why in introduction, you talk about what are the things that you're going to talk about. You can number them. You can use the headlines to mention them. Then they will slowly, as you progress, be looking for those 5 things. So it's good to number, and it's good to put a titles to each of those numbers. All right. Any question on this or anything to share at this point? Excuse me. Between a presentation with words or visual, like TED Talk style, which is the best way to convey ideas, are root with human behavior? It depends, right? If it is a very short presentation, visual aid might not be very effective. But if you have slightly longer time, visual aid is important. But if you have, I think some of you might know, there is a 3 minutes thesis competition. They only allow 1 slide. In 1 slide, you summarize your thesis, and then you talk about it for 3 minutes. That's called 3 minutes thesis. You are giving a speech on a political rally. You are giving a khutbah. In khutbah, I think some masjid I saw they use slides. But a short speech somewhere, you will probably not be using visual. Just speak. But in a class presentation, a lot of time, you will be using slides. The problem with slides is a lot of people, they just read from slides. That's not going to work. If you have slides, slides will guide you on what you are saying. But of course, unless your slide has a lot of writings, then of course that's not advisable. You might have some catch phrases, you might have some big words, but you explain them on your own, right? So that would be, or a picture, then you talk while the picture is in the background. Of course, it must be relevant. Both are possible depending on how long you have, what is the purpose of your speech, and then more of informative speeches that are trying to relate information will probably be helpful to have slides. But speeches that are meant to motivate, short and very inspiring speeches may not have slides. But their voice play, emotion, passion, presentation with words would be a lot more important. Again, depending on what is the purpose, what is the occasion, you may choose whether you want to have visual aids or not. Not always you have to have it, but in your class presentation, in your thesis presentation, I think you will probably end up having it. The 3 minutes thesis competition, I think if you are interested, you can check with the CPS, Center for Postgraduate Studies. They talk about what is the content of your research, why is it important, findings, how does it help the the world, impact of your research, but of course they look at your research content, but also how you present and make it relevant to people. It's an international competition which you can always participate, particularly if your research is interesting. That can be, of course, that there is science group and there is humanities group. So there are different groups in that competition. You can choose to participate, and it would be good to participate. All right, let's carry on. During your presentation, you focus on your style and clarity, focus on the reaction from the listeners. If you find that they are actually paying attention to you, that means you are effective. If you find that they are not, then you might want to tone back, you might want to rethink a little bit, you might want to give a pause, ask a question so that you get back their attention. Maintain your focus, composure, do not let questions, audience's reaction lose your focus. People, if you ask people, if you allow people to ask questions, listen to the questions, answer the questions. If you cannot answer, there's no harm, because not everybody, nobody knows everything, right? Nobody knows everything. There are issues that you don't know. There are issues that I don't know. And you can ask people if they have an answer to this. Otherwise, we can all research together, find out the answer. All right, I think this is probably the last slide that I have. And I don't know if I still have a few more minutes left. So this is the dua that Prophet Musa alayhi salam said, right? Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli, right? Oh Lord, open my breast for me and ease my task for me and loosen the knot from my tongue so that they may understand my speech, right? This is the dua. And then I also have a few interesting sayings, quotations that I thought would be, I like them. So that's why I'm sharing with you. A wise man speaks because he has something to say. A fool speaks because he has to say something, right? So when you have something to say, you say it. If you have nothing to say, then keep quiet. There is no need to say for the sake of saying. If you have an important point to make, don't try to be subtle or be clever, right? Use a pile driver, hit the point once, then come back and hit it again. Then hit it a third time, a tremendous whack. That means if you have a point that you want to make, repeat it, include it, and say it again and again until you drive the point home. And last one, make sure you have finished speaking before your audience has finished listening. All right, that means unnecessary, do not make your speech longer, right? Just keep it to the right amount of time needed for the content. Right, I think that's probably all that I have in my presentation to share. I can stop sharing now. All right, so let's, if you have a few more minutes, we can share our ideas and we can have a Q&A or just a few minutes of sharing. Brother Yasir, do you have time?
First of all, thank you, Mr. Atif, for sharing all these with us. You shared with us challenges when it comes to doing presentation, nervousness, anxiety, comprehension, and of course you engaged with all of us. And then you had reminded us about starting presentations with the power intro. And to start strong, start with good intonation, the best grammar, the best choices of words possible. And that should be a good reminder for all of us and all the other contents too. Now, as of time, we should have time now. We are waiting for the next speakers. So I would actually encourage everyone to, you may ask questions or you may share things mostly related to presentation or public speaking. Yes, please, everyone.
All right, brothers and sisters, yes, it would be good if you speak, but if you want to share on the chat box, that's also okay. Anyone? Can someone share your first presentation experience or your first speech experience? I shared mine, right? A fully memorized speech I just delivered. And then I felt that was not so difficult. I can do it. Then that moved me into it. I can share some more, but I would like to hear from you. All right, Sharul, brother Sharul Zarif. I do have experience as a delegate of the university and my working career. I find that sharing requires not just knowledge, but a strong sense of confidence. When using anecdote, any tips on how to effectively use it? I think that would be probably speaking from heart. Sometimes I share with people that the struggles that I have, right? So the fact that I make a lot of grammar errors, the fact that I couldn't speak English when I started my undergrad, I shared with a lot of people, right? And I feel that it does not put me down. In fact, it gives them the motivation that no matter how they're starting today, or how poor their command of language, or how ineffective as a speaker they are today, but it's possible to improve and be a good speaker. So I share my own personal experiences. I can share with you also one, right? Again, it's probably a bit silly on me, but I can, right? I used to debate in my own language. So in my school, when I was about to I just starting to debate, I got a topic and I thought I wanted to be on the proposition side of the topic, support the topic, but they draw lots and then I ended up getting opposition. And then guess what I did? I quietly left the room and disappeared. I thought that I wanted to support the topic, and since I got the opposition, I didn't have the courage to speak. I was not confident of that side opposing that view, right? So I left. And then the teacher in the school, it was a school event, right, was calling my name. So now for the opposition, this person will speak. And then I am not there. And then they didn't find me because I quietly left. And then, of course, they had to call somebody else to speak. So this was my first experience where I was drawn to speak something that I did not think I was confident for that side. Then, of course, I met the teacher after some days. He said, "What happened to you?" And then I said, "Sir, I wanted to be on the proposition, but when I draw a lot, I got opposition. I was not confident. I thought opposition has no points, so I left." Then, of course, the teacher explained that I should have tried, blah, blah, blah. And then again, second time on another topic, I again drew, and I got the side that I didn't want. But this time I decided that I will try. I will try and I will still speak. So I, jotted down whatever point I had, and then I went and spoke, and surprisingly, I won. The reason I'm sharing with you, I was not confident of my point. I thought the other side will have stronger points, and my side will be weaker. But then I thought, and then I just pointed out whatever I could think of for that side, and then I presented, and I actually became first. And then I realized that it could be that my opinion was very different from what the people thought. People thought that what I said made sense. And I also thought that at the end, what I came up with did actually make sense. But my initial thought was I would have supported. It was about politics, right? Should students involved in politics or not? My personal opinion is they should. So when I got this side that I have to say that they shouldn't involve in politics, then I cracked my head and then find out whatever I can argue. And I argued, I presented, and then I became champion. It came to me as a big surprise that something that I didn't believe in, something that my opinion was not for that side, I still became the winner on that, right? So it's possible that sometimes you may not agree with some of the ideas, but the ideas may appeal to people. It all depends on how well you justify that position and how well you present. Right? These are two experiences that I will never forget in my life, probably. That once I left and ran away from it. Second time I tried, and then to my surprise, I actually won. Right? And that moved me into debating that even though sometimes I disagree with the topic, I can still argue for that side, because there are people who actually believe on that side of the story, right? I debated for the university. I debated representing IIU. I became Asian champion in Singapore, and that's the first time IIU actually became Asian champion. I went for World Cup championship. I became runner-up for English as a second language. Didn't do very well against the native speakers, but other IIU team, a lot of IIU teams did very well against the native speakers. We ranked, there is no update in the ranking, but we ranked at some point among the top 10 universities in the world in debate, right? So we have a very strong debating culture and strong debate groups. But my experience shows that I started as nobody, and then I progressed so far. I started as somebody who has strong opinions for certain sides and were unwilling to defend or unwilling to speak about other sides. But then I realized that on any controversial topic, there will be people who will be on this side or that side, and there are views to consider, right? So this is my experience. Anybody else has anything to share? There are a lot of writing on the chat. I'm not sure what they are. Can we read them?
They're mostly about the presentation experiences, sir. So if you wish, you may read them.
Just sharing a common experience. I find my many academic presentations hard to follow, mostly because they contain a large amount of small font text and I could not reach each slide on time. It also takes away my attention from the speaker. Okay, yeah. So what he's saying, instead you start reading the slides. I hope there will be more presentation like today to help overcome the situation. Earlier, one of the points for an effective presentation is that people start asking questions as it generated thought. Right? There are sometimes people who tell me it is better when people don't ask questions, supposedly because the presentation covered all possible angles and there is no question to ask. I ask questions, right? But the things that you answered are also part of my presentation, right? I don't see any problem. So the answers that I have, answers you also have. Many of you are good speakers. Why not I make you part of my presentation? So I don't see any problem of asking questions unless you are very limited in time, unless your purpose is very different. In a political rally of, big congregation, if you ask questions, nobody will answer. Or if somebody answers, you won't be able to hear. But in a small classroom setting, you can ask questions. And when the answer, you can incorporate those answers within your speech. People feel more involved. I will prefer that way. But if the time is short, then you may choose not to. Some people will ask at the very beginning. At the very beginning of the speech, to get attention, people will ask, what do you think? What is your opinion? Listen to 2-3 people of their opinion, then start the content that this person has prepared. All are effective. Allowing people to ask questions can be effective, but not allowing people to ask questions can also be effective. Depends on what is your plan, right? You can make your speech effective without letting people ask questions, but you have to still work out other ways to maintain people's attention. Bottom line is, you must make sure people are paying attention to you, and you must make sure that people are following, people are understanding what you are saying. Right? If people don't understand what you are saying, then you might well change your presentation and then take a minute and ask people questions. People will feel, okay, now it's my time, or I didn't understand that, or what does this mean? then if people ask questions, then you probably would be able to answer and make them understand. Bottom line is they must understand. But you must also be able to change your explanation. As I said, why people don't understand? Sometimes because it's like somebody said in the chat box, is so much of text, probably copied from a book or a journal, a whole paragraph. It's written on the slide, and that's exactly what you are saying or repeating in your presentation. People don't understand. People will understand when they read it in the journal, but people don't understand when you are delivering it in your speech. Because when I read, I have time to think. When I read, I can read it twice. When I read, I can stop and then have my own pace. But when I'm listening to you, I am bound to your pace. When I'm listening to you, I'm bound to follow you. If you're going fast, I have to follow fast. If you're going slow, then lucky for me, right? But when it is written, I read it at my own pace. When you are speaking, I listen to you at your pace, right? So it's more difficult when people are delivering a speech to understand than by reading on my own. So that's why the written language is very different from spoken language, and I talked about it, right? When you are speaking, you make sure that it's simple, straight to the point, so that people understand you. You do not copy from the book as part of your speech. That doesn't work. All right. I think I am done. Unless you have anything else to share, I hand it over to Brother Yasir.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. This is an incredibly valuable and insightful sharing from you. And so, yes, once again, sir, thank you very much for the session, and we shall see each other next time. Thank you, sir.
Inshallah. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Okay, and that was sharing regarding presentation and perhaps public speaking. And so, people, I believe that the next speaker is already here. So now we will have a sharing regarding writing a research proposal. The subtopic for this one is, okay, so by the way, it will be regarding a research proposal, writing once again. And okay, the subtitle is The Strategies for High Impact Research Publication. This will be presented by Professor Dr. Rafiqul, once again, Professor Dr. Rafiqul Islam. He is a professor from Kuliah of Economics and Management Sciences, and he is also the head of department, or HOD, of the Department of Business Administration. Prof. Rafiqul, welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. As-salatu was-salam ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursaleen wa ala alihi ashabi ajma'in. Thank you, brother. Dear brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I would like to thank Center of Postgraduate Studies for extending this gracious invitation to me to deliver a talk on the topic how to publish in high impact journals. And with this, I also welcome all the participants here. My name is Rafiqul Islam. As brother has introduced me, I work in the Department of Business Administration as a professor for last 18 years. I joined this university in 1998. So far, I have completed 26 years, alhamdulillah. And I have supervised many students about, as a main supervisor, completed 18 students, and as a co-supervisor also similar number. And publication, research and publication is my passion. So I'd like to share some tips. Hopefully this will be useful to the participants. Brother, may I know these participants are the newly joined students, right?
Mostly, yes.
Yeah, okay. So and they are from different kulias, right?
Yes, they do.
Okay. So I work in the Department of Business Administration, and that is under social science. So my tips or talk will be more related to social science, but I'm a little bit aware that the publication, research, methodology, data analysis for other kulia members, engineering, science, architecture is slightly different. So I apologize for that. But I think bulk of the talks will be relevant as well, but not 100% to other kulia members. So I apologize once again for that. Okay, so with this, I start my presentation. Let me share the screen. Let me know, is it visible, the screen?
Yes, Prof.
Okay. Am I audible clearly?
Yes.
Yes, also.
Okay, all right. So the title of today's talk is Strategies for High Impact Research and Publications. And the outline of my presentation will be characteristic of a strong manuscript, importance of publications, format of an article, from a thesis to an article, finding a suitable journal, submission outcomes, impact factor or H-index, and then Web of Science or Scopus listed journals. Okay, let me ask you one question. What is the price of an article published in high impact journals? Is it 100,000 ringgit? More. Is it 50,000 ringgit? Or 100,000 ringgit? Okay, let me share my experience of joining this university. I sent my CV to the department head. I'm talking about 25, 26 years ago. And my CV or my application was put KIV, kept in view, which is actually polite term for rejection. So what happened after that? I got an acceptance letter from one journal editor where I communicated my paper. And that paper was actually made from my thesis. And that journal where I got the acceptance is a very well-known journal, internationally reputed journal. And luckily, the head of the department, actually, I communicated this acceptance letter to the head of the department that time. And he knew the status of the journal. And then he was pleased that I have got acceptance from this journal. And then he did the subsequent job for arranging interview. So I was called for interview. And Alhamdulillah, I passed the interview and I got the job. Just for one publication. And I am here for last 26 years. And out of 26 years, 18 years as a professor. So brothers and sisters, imagine that had I not been published that paper from that journal, I would not have been selected in this university at the very first place. So I will say that we cannot put a price tag to a journal article. It is simply invaluable. Contract renewal, I am one of the contract officers working in IIUM. For contract renewal, main KPI is publication. And many times we see that the contracts are not renewed because of no publication or lack of publication. So if one good publication is there, then that contract may survive. The person can survive and continue. Promotion, just to share with you, promotion, the main criterion is again publication. So from assistant professor to associate professor, from associate professor to professor. So there is a need for publication. Even one publication, if it is lacking, let's say from assistant professor to associate professor, 4 publications are required. You have 3, and then you cannot apply because the minimum requirement is 4. So you see the value of publication. Similarly, for conferment of service, you need to publish papers so that you can get permanent job. So all in all, it is simply invaluable, which we don't see in terms of price. So we cannot put a price tag on any publication, okay? And also, your wonderful work will not be known to the rest of the world unless you get it published, all right? So look at the this picture that someone is giving some speech, and it seems that the whole world is listening. Similarly here, when you publish, when you have conducted a research, there is a very nice, useful findings. How the people will know this finding? Unless you publish. So you have to publish so that you can, similarly, this guy is sending his messages to the mass. Similarly, whatever you have done, whatever findings you have done, you have got, you have achieved, you have seen, you have observed, you have concluded, that has to be disseminated to the rest of the world so that the people get benefit out of this. The main purpose is to give benefits to the society for research, right? Why we are conducting research? The ultimate objective is to give the benefits to the society. So how the society will know if we don't publish? So we have to publish. Okay, academic careers are research-based. Those who are starting your PhD, I guess that you are more inclined to join academia. And please remember that if you are a lecturer, assistant professor, whatever, you have to continue your research and publications. No research, no publication, no promotion. And as we see that, this is the hard reality. So academic careers definitely needs a lot of research, good research, and a lot of publication. So research work needs publication in order to be disseminated. And today you see that how the science, technology, all these have progressed. It is where from we are getting this knowledge. You consider great scientists, great technologists, they have published their work, and other people have read their work, they have improved their work, and in this is the way for the scientific progress and also the progress of the society. So we have to keep on publishing. Now, another aspect is that when we submit our research papers to the journals, the journal editors, they don't care whether we want to get promoted or we want to get conferment in our service, or we want to get PhD. They don't consider this. So if you look at this red colored one, editor, reviewers, and research community don't consider these reasons when they assess your work. That means the manuscript which you have prepared, the editors, when you submit to a journal, editors don't know whether this is for your promotion, this is for your PhD, this is for your other things. They don't consider this. The article has to have its own merit. Article must stand its own merit. So question is, what is that distinguishes a very good manuscript from a bad one? To get published in high impact journals, the article, the manuscript must be strong, must be good. And most of the good journals, they don't consider at all the bad ones. So what is that distinguishes a very good manuscript from a bad one? Simple answer is very in 3 bullet forms: has a clear, useful, and exciting message. The paper which you have written must be very clear in objectives. They should have some purpose, useful purpose, exciting message, presented and constructed in a very logical manner. When we read paper, we will immediately come to know the presentation and construction and the logical sequence. We will, as a reader, we will know. So it has to be upheld. Reviewers and editors can grasp the significance very easily. The paper which we are writing, that must have significance in the literature, in the area where we are doing our research. Type of manuscript: we can write conference paper, short communication, which is not that common. Concept paper we can write, also that not that common. The most common is research paper, which could be quantitative as well as qualitative in social science, particularly. In engineering, science, by the way, my background is science. I did my degrees all in maths. So I'm a little bit aware about that area, the research in science. We don't have much opportunity in the scientific area in qualitative research, but in social science, there are a lot of avenues for qualitative research. So quantitative research, qualitative research, or even mixed. We can also write a review paper and also case study. Now, if we write a review paper, the advantage is that very soon the citation will be very high, because this is the paper where you have put a lot of things, because this is a review paper. So the advantage is that it has a lot of citation, but this citation will be faded away after some time. But the other articles, they will have constantly some citation. Next 5 to 10 years. After 10 years, then citation goes down. Okay. Main points for strong manuscript. What makes a manuscript strong? A couple of points I will share with you. Need for research. Why you are conducting this research in the area where you are doing or intended to do. There must be some need, and this topic must be contemporary. People are waiting for solutions for this problem. So this is the first thing which we need to ensure, that there is a need to conduct research in that particular topic, particular area. Significance of the study. The topic which you are doing, which you are investigating, must be significant enough to justify your research, particularly at the PhD level. Relationship to literature. So without literature, there cannot be any research. So we must relate with literature, and the literature review must be very strong. The stronger the literature review, the better the quality of the paper. And as a reviewer, we can immediately come to know whether the researcher is hardworking or not by reading the literature review. So in-depth literature review is a vital point for strong manuscript. Sound methodology, I will share with you some more about this. Data analysis and use, I will also share with you. Clarity of conclusions. Are the conclusions of the paper clearly stated? Cohesiveness of paper. Do the conclusions adequately tie together the other elements of the paper, such as theory, data, and critical perspective? One of the most important thing is this, that is quality of communication. In particular, I will be talking about, I will be advising you the standard of English. I have reviewed many papers. I will share with some of the things which I will share with you shortly. The moment I see the language of this paper is very shallow, very problematic, I reject the paper. No matter whatever content you have, you may have very important things to highlight and do, but the language is so bad, it very difficult to go through and finish the paper. So quality of communication basically means the standard of writing, including spelling and grammar. Format of an article from social science point of view in particular, title, of course, title has to be there. Abstract is very common in all areas. Statement of the problem, research objective or research question. Don't give both. In the thesis, you may have research questions, research objective, but in article, don't give both. Just give mostly research objective. All right. Conceptual framework is very common in social science, but in engineering and science, it may not be that common. Justification for the study must be there regardless of the discipline of the work. Significance of the study must be there regardless of the discipline of the work. Literature review is very common for all kinds of research methodology, particularly in social science and also engineering science. More on engineering science may not be that much. Which has to be articulated well. Data analysis, if it is data-based, that you have collected experimental data, or even in social science, it's very common to collect questionnaire data through questionnaire survey. So that data analysis, then results, discussion, conclusion, and bibliographic references. Okay, so if you see this diagram, it's a fish that highlights one thing, that this part is not that, maybe I use, okay. So if you see that this part, title, abstract, keywords is only this much. So it is not that long. But if you look at this part, the main body of this fish is the huge one. So that includes introduction, methods, results, and discussion. And again, it will be not that much in length, which is conclusion and sometime acknowledgement. Okay. What is the problem? It must be articulated in the introduction of your paper. What did you do? What did you do? Means which methodology you used to investigate your problem. What did you find? That means you have to articulate the results if it is experimental. What does that mean? What does that mean? That means you have to articulate in the discussion section. Okay, now there is some advice. Paper consists of title, abstract, method, result, discussion, introduction, all this. Which one you should write first? That's the question. So one advice is that if you look at the arrow, if you look at the arrow sign, the easiest way to start to explain your figures and tables, which will be basically highlighting your results, correct? So it is very easy to write. So forget about introduction, method, discussion, abstract, all this. Just start with your figure and describe this in a scientific manner. Then you can start writing your methodologies. How did you get this? What methodology you used? Then results. Results, actually, these figure tables will be actually the similar thing. Then discussion. This is just some advice. It is not the thing that you must follow this. This is just some advice. Then you write conclusion, and finally you write introduction. So introduction, title, abstract. Introduction is the first part of your paper, but you can write at the last part of the paper. Though sometimes we write introduction first and then others, but the title and abstract, I agree, they should be written at the last. But you can put tentative title at the beginning. Tentative thing you can do, but do finalize at the end, because title must encapsulate the content of your paper. And so this is similar to the concept is the abstract. Abstract should not be written in the beginning. Abstract should be written at the end when you have finished your write-up. Then you write your abstracts. All right. Key to writing skills. The path to writing well is to read excellent writers and write. I will say before write, rather read, and read. One of the things which I have found for research students, they don't read much. I don't know whether I am saying the right thing or not, but this is my impression that they don't read much. No, you have to read a lot to be a good researcher. Compile the relevant literature. Of course, literature is an ocean, so you have to be selective, but you must read. If you are not reading, then you are not actually gaining knowledge in your area. So read, and read. Okay, after that, you conduct your research. One of my students, PhD students, he already graduated. He asked me, sir, what to write? My hand is not moving. What to write? I just said, don't worry. This is the one. Don't worry about structure. Just keep on writing. Whatever comes in your mind, just keep on writing. Eventually, you will find that you have written something which is very worthy for publication. So don't worry about the sentence structure, all these. When you finish your write-up, this is the first draft, then you revise, and then you can add, delete a lot of things. Sentence construction you can also repair. Okay, so just keep on writing. Use the best paper in your field as a model. Sometimes we have to do that. We have to find out a model paper in our area, and this happens to all areas. I have I have seen in my area the model paper, and I equally recommend my students that you will find some good papers in your area. Maybe not just one, maybe few. And this should be your model. And you just follow whatever the way they have done. But it must be a very good paper and well cited and published in a very good journal. What is the yardstick that it is a good paper? One of the yardstick is that it has been published in a very good journal. The good journals, usually they publish good papers. So keep writing, concise, dynamic, and simple in construction. Convey enthusiasm in your writing so it attracts the audience. You read the good papers, you will find what I am saying. Good papers is it is a charming to read. So as a writer also you have to follow accordingly. Okay, let's come to the title. The title must be short, clear, focused, and accurate. Title plays a vital role in citation. So this is the very, very important point. You have written a very nice paper, very wonderful work, but the title somehow is not that attractive, is a bit dull. It will not attract the audience attention. So even you can use ChatGPT, give your idea what you want to put in the title. Give some possible title to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT to give some possible titles. And I believe that ChatGPT can give you very nice titles. So title is very, very important, brothers and sisters. Don't forget about that. And what should be the length of the title? Usually 7 to 15 words. I will say maximum 20 words. More than 20 words is unusual. Clear, mention all the key variables that will be investigated. The dependent variable, especially social science, we have dependent variable, independent variable, all this. Focus and accuracy. The topic must be specific and must encapsulate the content of the paper, and you should not use rarely used abbreviations. Some abbreviations which are very well known can be used, but better to avoid. I will give you some sample good titles. Writing high quality papers views from researchers. So this title is good title, is very clear. Determining key capabilities of a firm using analytic hierarchy process. Okay, a decision aid in warehouse site selection. That means the person is developing a decision aid, means some kind of tool, how to select a warehouse site. So it's clear. Employee motivation, a Malaysian perspective. Okay, how can managers reduce employee intention to quit? The title can also be using question mark. There are many good papers written by well-known researchers with the question mark. It's very common. And I have seen this in many numerous times. Okay, bad title, poorly phrased title. The analytic hierarchy process for Petronas. I think Petronas has a lot of problem, lot of issues. So what issues you are going to address? It's not very clear, correct? So the analytic hierarchy process, this is the methodology name. I specialize in this area for Petronas. So you have to be specific. So this title lacks specificity. Application of multiple criteria decision making or MCDM approaches in airlines industry. Airlines industry has also many issues. So which particular issues you are going to address? It is not that you are addressing all the issues, which is impossible in a research paper. So you have to be specific and put in nice way, attractive, attention, draw the attention of the audience by phrasing in a very nice way and be specific, very important. Okay, let's come to abstract. Abstract also so important that brothers and sisters, when we communicate paper to good journal, of course the editor will read the abstract first, title and then abstract, and from the abstract he or she will know whether this will be sent out for the review, because the number of reviewers is finite, is limited. So the editors would like to send a paper to reviewer only when that there is some good possibility that it will be accepted. So the editor will read, may not be the whole paper. Some editors, they read the whole paper, but I guess most of the time, most of the editors, they don't read the whole paper because of the limited time, but they do read abstract. So abstract must be written very well. So, yeah. Any question?
Okay. Dengan office dengan ni. Ada apa kan?
Okay. So should be a brief summary about. Is there any question?
Excuse me. Sorry, Mr. Roslan, could you please unmute?
Okay.
Or are you?
Should be a brief summary of about 150 to 200 words.
Islam relief dia apa tapi mic tu boleh lepas lah. Islam relief tu apa tak tu.
Sorry, Prof. Rafiqul. Mr. Roslan, could you please unmute, please?
Okay. Should be brief summary of about 150 to 200 words, the abstract length. You look at the journal which will prescribe the word limit. In the science, most of the journals, their word limit is 150. Some journals maybe 200, like that. So you have to follow that. And now it is an online system. If the word limit is 150, if you put 151, it will not be accepted. System will reject. So you have to reduce. So when you write the abstract within 150, and make sure that the essential components of an abstract are still there. Though it is 150, but so that is the challenge, how you are going to put everything which the abstract should have within 150 words. It's possible. It's possible. Write in a past tense and passive voice. That's mostly common in published articles. Short and concise sentence in one paragraph. Except in social science, Emerald, they have structured abstract. but that is only for Emerald. But other publishers, you will see that their journals just abstract is one paragraph. Most of the time it's a one paragraph, and no citation, no tables, no equations, no graphs or graphics, or no references or quotations in the abstract. Okay. The abstract must start with statement indicating the situation, problem, or issue that will be studied, and the rationale why the research has been undertaken. Then indicate the variables involved and how these will be measured. Indicate what data analysis will be undertaken, results will help solve the issues. So in abstract is the actually in some way summary of the entire paper. So you have to put the objective of your paper, research method, the results, and the significance or the conclusion, all within 150 words, for example, all maximum maybe 200. Hardly you will find the journal, they will have more than 200 words. So all these should be the part and parcel of your abstract. Okay, so there is one tip here. Abstract can be written at the end. First time, write it freely and subsequently edit substantially. Don't think that, oh, my abstract, how I'm going to write. Don't worry about that, as I have said. Just write. Just finish write up the abstract and then read again, and again. You will be find wonderful that your abstract now, after 2-3 revisions, what is expected to be, you have already got that. So don't worry much about initially about the write-up. Just put in writing. You do your job, 2-3 times revision, give to your supervisor. Your supervisor will also read and edit it. Okay. But it is a very important point. Don't forget this, because this is the time when editor will decide whether it will be sent out for the review or not. Most of the good journals, the desk rejection means it will not be sent to the reviewers is very, very high. I attended one conference where the editor of the journal, JIBS, Journal of International Business, the editor was presenting, and he shared that statistics that 95% rejection rate at the desk level. Only 5% of the submitted papers succeed in going through the review process. And after review process, you will know there will be a lot of rejection. So this is the quality of the good papers. And we have to survive in that. We have to be in that 5%. So desk rejection is, I will share some of the things later, why the desk rejection happens and how to avoid as much as possible. Okay. Statement of the problem, that this section is a crucial because you are doing some research, possibly in social science, we are going to solve a problem. So we have a statement of in PhD thesis, there should be a clear statement of the problem, but in paper, you cannot put the section heading statement of the problem, but the statement still should be there as a part of your introduction, the last part of your introduction, where you will be also spelling out your research objective. Okay, examples of the beginning statement of a problem section, the change of the medium, how you're going to start your problem statement. See, I've given some example. This is a starting point. The change of the medium instruction is causing anxiety among parents. Okay, another example. The number of unemployed graduates in Malaysia is increasing year by year. So you see how you are going to highlight your research problem. Starting like this. Okay, the time to achieve the objectives of Vision 2025 is around the corner. However, country's Human Resource Development Index is not up to the mark. So you are going to tell the message to the other people that you are going to conduct a very, very important research, which is a contemporary in nature, and people are looking for your solution. So people will read continuing, read your article. Okay, so need for the study. I will give you some example from our own paper. See here, just look at here that yet despite being despite it's not functioning. Despite being acknowledged as one of the major challenges faced by the higher learning institutions, few researchers have attempted to explore the issue in depth. I read again. Yet, I have described so many things. This is actually our own paper. Yet, despite being acknowledged as one of the major challenges faced by higher learning institutions, few researchers have attempted to explore the issue in depth. So the issue has been articulated before, but people have not done research in this area. So there is a need for this research. You have to be very, very convincing that there is a need for this kind of research. Okay, research objective must be there, whether it is engineering, science, or social science. You have to put your research, main research objective. Sub-objectives, you may not, it is not compulsory to provide the sub-objectives. Just put the main objective and make it very clear. Many times the reviewers, when we get the review comments through the editor, this is one of the common issue that, oh, the objective of this research is not very clear. So brothers and sisters, make it very clear. Just mention the main objective of the present research is this, so that the reviewer cannot put this question back to you that the research objective is not clear. Okay, so I have given some examples here. In social science, this kind of conceptual framework is very common, but other areas, it is not that common. So if you are in the area of social science, business or accounting, economics, or even other areas of social science, this is very common, and you have to put it. And of course, before giving this conceptual framework, you have to provide the theories and also the solid background of the research, including literature review. Significance of the study, I have already spoken that. But while you explicate the significance of your study, need to be polite. Though it is a very significant, do not use this kind of term, novel, first time ever, paradigm shift. I think this kind of terminologies, people don't like it. So need to avoid. Try to find out some synonymous terms which are polite in nature. Okay, brothers, sisters, I hope you got the point. Literature review. Review all relevant literature in the area specially those that are directly related to your study. The more you have in-depth study, I started my lecture, read, and read. So here is the issue, that sound literature review is very, very important. The more you read, I will say there is the better quality of a researcher you are. The more reading makes better researcher. Start with a broad background, how you are going to write your literature review or put your literature review. Start with a broad background and then narrow it down to your field of study. I have some link here. See here, quality of higher education. Here, quality of higher education, this is the main area. But quality of higher education is a very broad area. So you have to narrow down. Your research area may be quality of higher education, but quality of education, there are so many issues. So what is actually specifically issues? And you are also not doing public universities. Your research is more private higher learning institutions. Then possibly you are going to discuss something critical success factors for private higher learning institutions, or maybe you are trying to do employability issues for private higher learning institutions, or maybe you are doing some research, strategic planning. See, brothers and sisters, so this is your roadmap. So start with a broad area and gradually narrow down and come to your topic. Okay. And also, when you do the literature review, this is my own practice. And before that, emphasize on recent articles in the literature review section. This is one of the frequently raised issues by the reviewers. They say that your literature, your papers which you have reviewed are very old, outdated. So they suggest that most of the references which you have used is coming from past 5 years. Though I mean, you can use some old references, especially the seminal papers, which may be very old, even 20 years old is okay. But most of the references should be very, so that means you are doing research in 2024. So the reviewers, and 2024, it is October now, and almost ending the year. So some publications, the references should be 2024, 2023 definitely, 2022, 2021, 2020. So these are the indicators that your literature review is up to date. If not, then they will say, oh, you have to review the recent paper. So they will not pass you unless you do this. So that is the message. Okay. Now, how do you do the literature review? I have some advice for you that I was doing some research in the area of takaful. You know, the takaful Islamic banks are very common in our department research areas. So under takaful, you will find many sub areas. So this is one of the sub areas, reviews of takaful models. There are many takaful models. So one of the areas is takaful models. Another area, I will show you that performance of takaful companies. Then another sub area is review of takaful literature. Review of takaful literature. Then there are some sub areas which I have not put it here, just some brief guidelines. So what I want to say to you that under review of takaful models, there are many papers. So this is the first paper which I have reviewed. So I have put it here. Then what methodology this guy has used? Mainly library research I have mentioned. Sample size not mentioned in the paper. Location, the country, author from Pakistan. So this is from Pakistan context. What is the purpose of this paper? I have put the purpose, and what are the findings of this paper? So I have put in writing. And what are my observation? My own observation, my own comments. So I put it writing here. This is my own comments for this paper. Then I go to the second paper on the same sub area, review of takaful models. And I do the same thing. Method, mainly library research, the SS is not mentioned. This is the purpose and this is the findings. So what is the advantage of developing this kind of matrix? This is called matrix method for literature review. That if you don't put it writing like this, then after some time, maybe after 1 year, after 2 years, will it be possible for you to remember what is the findings, all this? Then you have to read the paper again, and which is very time consuming. So if you develop this upfront at the very beginning, when you read the paper, then you just read the findings here, you will come to know. And this will help you substantially to write your literature review, because the findings are, their purpose is there, findings is there. So can follow this kind of matrix method for literature review. Okay. Tip: cite only relevant references. Otherwise, the reviewer may not have a clue what actually you are writing. So use only relevant references. Now come to methodology. Identify for social science is very common to collect data from public. So identify the population. So you have to identify your population, then who will be the sample or unit of analysis, then how the sample will be selected, instrument, what instrument questionnaires will be used, how was that instrument designed. So you have to describe this. Pre-study, pilot study, if you are using questionnaire for your data collection, then make sure that you provide the validity of the questionnaire and reliability of the questionnaire, and data collection procedure, how you have collected your data, propose data analysis based on the research questions or hypothesis, how the data will be analyzed. You can use multiple regression or structural equation modeling, information in important performance analysis, ANOVA, MANOVA, logistic regression, analytic hierarchy process, cluster analysis, data envelopment analysis, etc., etc. So you have to provide a brief account of this. Avoid using personal pronouns such as I or we. Except qualitative research. In qualitative research, yes, we can use these personal pronouns, but most of the time, it is better not to use this, and also use past tense in writing research paper or for database, the paper which is based upon the survey. Data analysis must be based on the research questions you have formulated. I will also give some guidelines here. Your research, your data type and analysis procedure must match. If your data is level of measurement is nominal, then you cannot use the multiple regression analysis structure equation modeling because they don't match. So if the level of measurement is nominal, then the type of descriptive statistics is mode, and you have to use chi-square test for independence. So chi-square test means that your data must be nominal. So if you have nominal data, then only chi-square test you can perform. If the data follow ordinal measurement, then the median mode, then Spearman rho should be used. If the interval or ratio, do you have extreme scores? No, then you can proceed with Pearson's product moment correlation coefficient and other areas you see here. You can use one-way ANOVA, factorial ANOVA, depending upon the heading. You see, test of difference between more than two conditions of an IV. So in a nutshell, what I want to say that you look at your data, your research objective, like say if your research objective is to identify this. If your research objective is to identify, then you are supposed to conduct qualitative study in social science. Means you are going to identify through interviews or focus group discussion. If your objective is to investigate, then or examine, then perhaps you can use correlation type of research like structure equation modeling or all this. If your objective is to rank the indicators, rank the criteria, then your research methodology should be analytic hierarchy process. If your research objective is to identify the efficiencies of a number of departments, then you can use data envelopment analysis. So this matching is very, very important. If there is a mismatch, means the whole thing will be dubious and it will not be accepted because your research objective and research method do not match. Qualitative data analysis, you just read few papers, you will know this is very, very descriptive in nature. So I will not go through this here. Reporting quantitative results, you have to follow APA format to most of the time. You look at the journals where you are going to submit and it will be spelled out. And as I find that most of the time we have to use APA format. It is not just for the references. Of course, reference APA format we all are familiar with, but even results, how we are going to put the results, present the results also should follow APA format. So I will share with you. Okay, see here, reporting statistics in APA format. This is a bit long, so time does not permit to go through the details. See, correlations. How do you present the correlation of your findings? Correlation and significance. See, self-efficacy and grade point average were significantly correlated. There should be comma. And see here, R equal to 0.54, or you can put 0.54, again comma. P means the p value in statistics less than 0.05. And this R 0.05 should be italicized. So that is the APA format. There was a non-significant correlation of 0.08, P not significant, between self-efficacy and grade point average. See how concisely they have put it here. Similarly, for regression, you see the regression. Multiple regression analysis was used to test if the personality trait significantly predicted participants' ratings of aggression. The results of the regression indicated the two predicted explain 35.8% of the variance, etc., etc. So this is the way we can put the presentation for regression. Similarly, t-test, ANOVA, and all this. For every statistical test, there is some way to present the findings in APA format. And if you are talking about table, this is the APA format table. Don't put the grid lines inside the table. Grid line should be only the, see here the beginning, this is the line, and then the end, There is no vertical line, vertical grid lines. There is no horizontal grid lines. So this is the APA table, or table in APA format. Another example, this is the correlation among variables. This is a diagram. Diagram also has APA style, okay, and we have to follow that. Discussion, hardest section to write, but it is also the most important. Discussion, answer the question posed in introduction, because you have put your research objective or research question, either one. So you must mention here that you have answered your research question under this section. It's called discussion section. Correlate your findings with the existing knowledge. Discrepancies between new results and previously reported. If there's any discrepancy of your findings and the previous findings, then should be contrasted in this section. And I have given some example here. This is state your own finding in the discussion section. It seems that Malaysian workers are not much concerned about the appreciation of their work done compared to the above factors. This is your finding. Does it conform with the other findings? In this case, no. This is in sharp contrast to their counterpart in the United States. So this is the comparison which you have to make under this section called discussion section. Conclusion, identify key findings and applications, but don't put in a bullet form. That's not accepted for most of the journals. Put in a paragraph form, 1 paragraph, 2 paragraphs, or maybe 3 paragraphs, maybe maximum that. So identify key findings and application, but please note that the conclusion is conclusion. Conclusion is not the summary of the work done. Many times this is a mistake made by us. So conclusion is conclusion. Conclusion is not the summary of the work. Otherwise, why we are not putting, if we are writing a summary, then the heading should be summary. Heading should not be conclusion. So conclusion is conclusion, conclusion of your work. Okay, so here I give some example here, how conclusion has been written. See, in the conclusion section, you have to put your contribution. Like this paper presents a structured framework for determining the key capabilities using analytic hierarchy process. So this paper has given some framework for determination of the key capabilities using analytic hierarchy process. So this is the contribution which you have to spell out in your in your conclusion. Also, we view our framework as a tool to generate guidelines for strategic decision making, such as capability development or outsourcing non-core capabilities, as well as focusing and repositioning on the basis of the competence portfolio, etc., etc. So your contribution must be spelled out in the conclusion section, just as you do in your thesis. We do in your, the students, they do in your thesis. When you complete your work, you will have to put your contribution in separate section. But in the research paper, because it's very concise, very limited number of pages, so this contribution should be included in your conclusion of the paper. Okay. Next, acknowledgements. Ensure those who help in the research are recognized. It is always good to give acknowledgement, especially if you have any grant, research grant. So the funder must be acknowledged. This is compulsory. If you have not given acknowledgement, if you have not acknowledged your funder, then this paper will not be accepted by the funder that you have produced this paper. So this is compulsory for you to provide the acknowledgement. Even sometime we do acknowledge the reviewers and the people who have helped, also those who have provided the data in short, but make it very short, 1 or 2 sentences. But it is very important, I think. References should be in the APS style. I don't think that I need to show you here what is actually APS style. You will eventually come to know. APS style in our university, IIUM, we follow APS style. Even thesis APS style has to follow APS style. And many journals, they follow APS style. Also some journals, Harvard style, Chicago style, Turabian style. So you just need to follow the journal's prescribed reference style. Let's say you have communicated a paper to one journal which follows APS style, and the paper has been rejected, unfortunately. So you go to another journal, that journal follows Harvard style. So what you need to do, you have to change the APS style to Harvard style, because this is the indicator that you don't care if you don't change from APA to Harvard. This indicates what? This indicates that you don't care about the guidelines for the authors. For every journal, there are guidelines for authors, and you did not care. So this gives negative impression in the minds of the editors. So you need to follow the prescribed formatting for the journal. So this is Harvard style example. There are 2 important software available. One is EndNote and other one is Mendeley. So students, they quite use, most of the time I see the students are using Mendeley. So use that, and reference should not be any problem. You can do a very nice way using software. Do everything to make your submission a success. No one gets it right the first time. Write and rewrite. That is the common suggestion I am giving. And also you will see many people will give the same suggestion. Write and rewrite, 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 rewrite. You will find that eventually a good article. Suggestions after writing a first version: take several days of rest. Don't communicate immediately. Don't communicate immediately. You have to come back with a critical and fresh view. Sometimes there may be grammatical errors, so which you may not be able to find out in your first draft. So when you finish your first draft, don't send to the journal immediately. Take a few days and come back and read again. And once you are very comfortable, satisfied, then you communicate. Ask colleagues and supervisors to review. Of course, you have to give to your supervisor, because most of the time the supervisors, they communicate, not the student. Unless the supervisor delegates this to the student, then the students can communicate this journal. Okay, papers that high impact journals publish address a challenging problem whose solution has considerable impact on the discipline. Demonstrate considerable familiarity with the topic and its literature. Express the problem with mathematical modeling, visualization, or empirical experiment. Well written, complete, good use of English, clear formatting, high quality graphics. Strictly adhere to the standards of research in the discipline. Develop an innovative solution. Discover something new, counterintuitive, or controversial. Sometimes controversial also, you can get it published. Work at the state of the art in the discipline. Okay, benchmarking a model paper. So I have spoken that you can identify a good paper in your area of research, like here. This prioritization of barriers for supply chain management implementation in the Malaysian automotive industry. This is our own paper. So I'm sharing with this. I believe that this is a very well written paper. So the abstract is a structured way. Introduction, then the literature review. But literature review, sometimes the word literature review may be missing, but it is literature review. The automotive industry in Malaysia, because this is in the Malaysian automotive industry, barriers in the supply chain. So all these are mentioned. Applications of AHP in supply chain management, because AHP has been applied for this research. So what are the researches have been conducted using AHP in supply chain management? So we have given some brief account of this literature review with some graphics. The research methodology has been presented here with some diagram, as you see. Then this is still the results and discussion. This comprises the results. We have given in APS style the demography of the respondents. These are some computations from the software. Then these all results. And then discussion. We have used the software. We have provided the screenshot of the software so that it convinces the reader that the software has been used to analyze the data. Okay, so then finally conclusion, and we have put the acknowledgement and the references. So you have to find out some good papers. Download papers that are very well written, maybe from Web of Science database. Identify the structure, style, presentation, type of analysis, etc. Okay, from this paper. If it is a good paper, you will find it. All the essentials elements are there. Having multiple analysis, I have another paper. This is also our paper, my student Mahbubur Rahman. In this paper, you will find he has used 7 or 8 different analyses. I will not go through the details, which is not necessary at this moment, but I just want to show you that in this lengthy paper, there are many different kinds of analysis. So this enriches, or this actually enhances the probability of acceptance. Okay, so this is one paper. If it is a mixed mode research, qualitative and quantitative, that again it enhances the for acceptance. Quantitative, under quantitative also you can use multi-methods, like here QFD plus AHP. QFD stands for quality function deployment. Is my own area, so I'm sharing with you. In your area, of course, it will be different, but you can find out the methods, the quantitative methods. QFD plus AHP, SEM plus ANOVA plus MANOVA, multiple regression plus logistic regression, structure equation modeling plus logistic regression, factor analysis plus multiple regression plus analysis of variance. So these are all actually a combination of multi-methods, so that enriches your findings. Covering letter, there should be a cover when you communicate a paper to a journal. There should be a sample, that there should be a covering letter, and I will share with you some sample which I normally use. Like say to the editor, the journal name should be here, Emerald, that's the publisher. The right side, that should be date, dear sir or madam, or even you can put dear editor, no problem. You can use dear editor, then give the reference, your title of your paper. Then you can start with this. We are pleased to submit the above quoted paper for a possible publication in your esteemed journal. Give the journal name here. and type it correctly. Don't make any mistake in in the journal title. Okay, type it correctly. The paper deals with, now you give the objective. The paper deals with developing a new model from Islamic perspective for continuous improvement. The model is comprehensive, the model which has been developed. The model is comprehensive and promises potential applications in Muslim organizations. The language of the paper has been proofread by a professional proofreader. Okay, and needless to say, it is not under concurrent submission to any other journal, and the findings have not been published elsewhere. So this is ethics in publication. You cannot submit one article to multiple journals at the same time. It has to be one after another. If first journal rejects, unfortunately, then and only then you can submit to others. So this has to be, this should be spelled out in your covering letter. So it should not be too long. Just length should be just like this. Okay. So covering letter, highlight the main theme of the paper. Language has been proofread, no concurrent submission, possible references also. If they ask you to give the referee name, then you can put the referee name as well. Conference paper, if you have presented a paper in a conference and you want to submit to a journal, don't submit the same paper which you have communicated to, which you have presented, because the conference paper is usually lighter and shallow. So you have to improve the paper before you go for good journal communication. So need to add more and prepare for a journal. Inform conference organizer not to publish in their proceedings. You know why? Because if they publish in their conference proceedings, then it may be in the website. And once it is there, then anybody can access this paper. So next time when you send to journal, journal editor might check for plagiarism issue. So, and in that case, this your own paper will be identified by the software. So the editor will reject your paper because they will say that it is the same paper. So if you are submitting to a journal, make sure that this paper has not been published anywhere, including conference proceedings. I have the hard experience. That's why I'm sharing with you. Okay, difference between a thesis and an article. Okay, brother from PGSS, this seminar I have to finish by 1 o'clock, right?
Yes, Prof.
Okay, so I can continue until when then, so that question and answer session can begin? 12:40 possibly? 20 minutes? Yeah, okay. All right. So difference between a thesis and an article. Okay, brothers and sisters, when you complete your study, PhD study, you have a thesis. And from the thesis, you have to produce papers. And now IIUM, the requirement that you have to publish papers in index journals, you have to publish. So this is a very common issue for you, that you have to convert your thesis to a paper. So I have some guidelines here that require considerable amount of time to convert a thesis into an article. Don't seek easy way out. Length for a research paper is 5,000 to 10,000 words maximum. You will find very hardly any journal which accepts paper more than 10,000 words. But a thesis may have 75,000 words. So you have to have that the skill that you convert the whole thesis into a paper if it is only one paper. No cutting and pasting, rather selecting and rewriting. Okay. Substance must be preserved while cutting the extra details. You have to cut the extra details. You can narrow down the focus. Do not include definition of terms, which usually we have in our thesis, PhD thesis in the first chapter. Do not include that. Do not include your theoretical contribution or practical contribution, but include in managerial implications. If it is a social science research, then what is the managerial implications you can put there? Abstract say in your thesis abstract is 350 words. So you convert into 200 words. Okay, introduction, be just to the point. Because in a thesis, sometimes there is no page limit. So you keep on writing. But in paper, you hardly will find more than one page. So introduction should be there. For scientific research, engineering and science, we do not have the separate literature review section, but this literature review is a part of introduction, as I know. No need to put separate heading like RQs, ROs, and problem statement, but it should be there within the content of introduction. LR in a more concise form. Be selective in references. I was examiner for one thesis of some Malaysian university, and I found that the student has written 150 pages alone for introduction. 150 pages. So these 150 pages have to be converted into 2 or 3 pages. See, maximum for literature, even 2-3 pages, even more. Remember, reviewers can easily find a manuscript which is carelessly converted. You know how the reviewer will see? See chapter 2, table 3.2. That means this table 3.2 from chapter 3, table number 2 from your thesis. But in research paper, there is no chapter number. So this is table 1, table 2, table 3. So you forgot to change table 3.2 to, let's say, table 3 or table 2. So this is actually careless conversion. So that means you have not taken sufficient time for conversion. You just copied and pasted. So that indicates that you did not care much about the conversion process. Okay. How many articles from a thesis? Depends on the length and breadth of the thesis. Sometime 1, sometime 2, sometime even 3. For science research, every chapter can be a paper. For multiple, for my thesis, I did in mathematics, there was 7 chapters, there were 7 papers, and all were published. But in social science, like business, the students will be happy if they can publish 2 or 3 papers. Maximum, I will say maximum 3 papers. For multiple papers, need to plan from the very beginning. If you want to publish multiple papers, then you have to plan accordingly from the very beginning. For mixed mode research, making multiple papers is relatively easier. Furthermore, quantitative analysis may be over more than one chapter. If your quantitative analysis spans over more than one chapter, then you can publish 2 papers. Articles can be on the same topic, theme, but must have different objective. If you have multiple papers, there should be separate objective for each of the papers. LR needs to be rewritten. Be aware of self-plagiarism. If you are writing multiple papers, so your literature review also should be rewritten for the second paper. Do not just copy and paste the literature review from the first paper. And there will be self-plagiarism issue as well. If publication is a requirement for graduation, a solid plan is necessary for publication. Before you submit your thesis, supervisor can guide you. Okay, then finding the right journal. This is one of the most important thing, which I will say. Many times we choose the wrong journal and they reject. I will give you some experience here. In my own paper, it was rejected. See that, dear Professor Islam, thank you for your submission to Asia Pacific Journal of Management. This is the title of the paper. Why the paper was rejected? Asia Pacific Journal of Management is an academic general management journal concerned with theoretical aspects of international business, entrepreneurship, business strategy, and organizational behavior in the context of the Asia Pacific region. Your paper is concerned with supply chain management, is unlikely to be of interest to the readership of this journal. Accordingly, your paper is beyond the scope of what we are interested in publishing. The citations in your paper are almost all from operations, supply chain, and logistic literature, which also suggests that you have little contribution to research in the management area. Therefore, as per policy of the journal, I have to reject this paper. So this paper was rejected, not even sent to the reviewers, because it does not follow the scope of the journal. Okay, so that journal was not suitable for this works, and we just wasted time. Check what type of articles they have published. Read about 10 articles in your area about by the journal. When you want to publish in some, when you identify some journal, make sure that you read some papers from that journal and you cite that journal in your paper, so that the editor knows that this is a relevant paper for that. Okay. An international editor says the following problems appear much too frequently: submission of papers which are clearly out of scope, I have mentioned; failure to format the paper according to the guide for authors; inappropriate suggested reviewers; inadequate response to reviewers, and so on. Language matters, and I have reviewed this paper, which you can see the language. This research, just see the language. This research is based on the condition of the people's needs of technology and informatics, and the needs of the ease in any activities in order improving the productivity, to improve the economy. Just 2 sentences of the abstract. When you read, you don't feel to read other things of this paper. But if you keep on reading, see, the method in this research used AHP with using expert choice and performed by questionnaire to the informant who became an expert in the field of smart city project. Anyway, so when you read this abstract, you don't feel that, oh, this is not worth it for going through again. So the editor will reject this kind of paper. Complaint from editor: this paper fell well below my threshold. I refuse to spend time trying to understand what the author is trying to say. Besides, I really want to send a message that they can't submit garbage to us and expect us to fix it. My rule of thumb is that if there are more than 6 grammatical errors in the abstract, then I don't waste my time carefully reading the rest. I am a journal of management mathematics. They say that in the author guidelines, language. The language and presentation must be of high quality. Where they are not, manuscripts will be rejected regardless of the value of their scientific content. So the content-wise, no issue, but the language is very problematic. So they will not process anymore. Write clearly, objectively, accuracy and brevity. Key to successful manuscript write is to sentence construction, incorrect tenses, inaccurate grammar, mixing languages. Write direct and short sentences, one idea or piece of information per sentence. Sometimes I have seen that the students, they write a very long sentence, and things make this makes things complicated and very difficult to understand. I always say that write in simple sentences. Don't write in a very complicated way. Okay, this one, you already know that this kind of thing should be avoided. Okay, language, manuscript language, tenses. Okay, so this one, after submission, desk reject. Many journals use a system of initial editorial review. Editors may reject a manuscript without sending it for review. Why? Why there is rejection? The paper review system is grossly overloaded, and editors wish to use reviewers only for those papers with a good probability of acceptance. This happens for good journals because they receive so many papers, so many communication from the authors, and they have only few limited reviewers. So that's why they reject. Okay, dealing with reviewer comments, 3 scenarios. There can be outright rejection, major corrections, minor corrections. Very rarely outright acceptance without corrections. It happens, but it's very rare. Outright rejection That means desk rejection. You have communicated and it has not been reviewed. The editor has rejected. What you need to do? Calm, cool down. You will be able to think better. Go through the comments, reasons given. If valid, consider major revisions. Don't send to one journal after another hoping to get accepted. If doing major revisions involving going back to collect data, consider the time and money needed. If just reanalyzing the data, easier to rewrite the paper based on the comments. If it's a major revision, what should be done? Still there is a hope because the paper has not been rejected, but major correction is going back to collect data. But data collection is not normally what we find. We find the analysis part and write a presentation. If just analyzing the data, seek experts' help and try to incorporate the reviewer comments. Especially in this case, the supervisors can help a lot. Must be polite in response. See, this I am sharing with you that the editor, the reviewer commented this. Is the Sharia a revealed text? My student was PhD student. He responded this, and which I find that not polite. See, he has written this. There is nowhere in the paper. See, this is the reviewer comments. Is the Sharia a revealed text? That was the comment. My student replied, there is nowhere in the paper it is mentioned that Sharia is revealed text. So this is offending already. Refer to page 4, highlight in yellow. So what I have written, I have polished this. I have written, we fully agree that Sharia is not revealed text. We have been careful in using terminologies throughout the paper. You may kindly see page this. Okay, brothers, sisters, I hope you got the point. You need to be very, very careful and polite in responding to the reviewers. Okay, common reasons for rejection, that the study is just confirmation of previous research and that is nothing new. This is one of the common issues. The problem tackled is too shallow, poor experimental design, targeted journal is not suitable, weak writing, presentation, and language. Okay, minor correction, you are happy, that is almost accepted. Okay, follow the comments closely and don't argue with the reviewers unnecessarily. Whether it's a major correction or minor correction, whether it is your proposal defense or your final defense, do never ever argue with your examiner. Very, very dangerous. You have to be calm and quiet and very, very polite. Do the revisions within the time allocated. Sometimes they give 2 weeks, sometimes 3 weeks. You have to, like in a system like Emerald, they give, let's say, 2 weeks. And if you take more than 2 weeks, then you will not be able to submit because it's a system generated deadline. And then you have to request the editor to extend again. If you need extra time, do write to the editor upfront before the expiration of the deadline. Then should not be an issue. Prepare a detailed response letter, like you have to, when you get comments from the reviewers, write down the comments on the left, give your responses on the middle, and then put in the location where you have corrected, amended in the final column. I also will share with you some revised paper. This is a revised paper. Okay, so revised paper, you need to highlight that what are the portions you have revised. Okay, so the reviewer will be looking into this more than the other part. Okay, so you have to highlight by using different font color. Okay, so this is my initial paper. Once you revise, your paper might be very, very different. A lot of enrichment has taken place. Okay, acceptance. What leads to acceptance? A, attention to details. C, check and double check your work. Again, C, consider the reviewer's comments. E, English must be as good as possible. P, presentation is important. T, take your time with revision. A, acknowledge those who have helped you. N, new, original, and previously unpublished. C, critically evaluate your own manuscript. And finally, E, ethical rules must be obeyed. This considers acceptance. Okay. Predatory journal. I have 2 minutes to only few minutes. Maybe I will take another 5 minutes. Predatory journal is very common. Many people are doing this business through internet, and be careful. They just publish whatever is submitted, and they get money. And sometimes there are many victims. So be careful. Do not submit to any predatory journal, which are non-credible journals. So question is, how do you identify the predatory journal? I'll give you few clues. So this is the call for papers, and they will put a lot of things as indexing, but these are all non-credible. These indexes have no credit, like Scopus or My Site or Web of Science. These are actually credible indexing. And you see the topics, the topics are everywhere. The accountancy, arts and humanities, banking, business, management, commerce, computer, economics. There cannot be like this. Come on. There cannot be a journal like publishing in all the areas. There should be some focused areas. So this is a bogus journal. So immediately you put this kind of email in the as a spam. So the next time you don't receive email from this journal. Another, I think there is somebody who gave the criteria to identify the predatory journal. The journal does not identify a formal editorial review board, or even though it has, it is dubious. There is a little or no geographical diversity among the editorial board members, provides insufficient information or hides information about the authorship. The name of the journal does not adequately reflect the region. Its spam email or its website, the publisher falsely claim many things. There are many false claims about the journal. Republish papers already published in other venues, outlets, etc. So, brothers, sisters, you have to identify some way that this is not a credible journal, and they publish anything within 2 weeks or 3 weeks. In exchange of money. So if you have done your work, year-long hard work, a lot of energy you have spent, patience you have put forward, and you want to get it published in a good journal. So be careful in choosing the journal. Never ever publish in predatory journal. It is actually, if I am in the interview board, and if I find that any applicant has published in a dubious predatory journal, instead of giving marks, I will give negative points, negative marks. This is my perspective. Ethics in publishing, plagiarism is a serious offense. Duplicate publication, serious offense. Duplicate submission, very unethical. Fabrication of data, very unethical. No proper acknowledgement of the people who have helped you is not good at all. Impact factor, I think I have to skip this. This is not the part of the topic. So impact factor of the journal, there is some way to measure. I am sure you can do some Google search. You will know how a journal calculates this impact factor. Good journal, they always have impact factor, and also H-index. Also H-index for journal, H-index for authors, both are possible. So I think the time does not permit to go into details. Now, the final 2 slides is that Scopus, they publish their list of papers. I think I am not going to show you. I'm sure you know how to access the Scopus listed journal. Scopus now very much, what should I say? Everybody wants to publish in Scopus listed journal because this is indexed, accepted by almost all. And some universities, they require this publication. for promotion, for contract renewal, etc. So make sure that if it is Scopus listed journal, the journal title belongs to this list. So this is their website, everybody knows. So you can go through this website, and maybe you have to register first in the website to access their journal list, and do that. So just some personal information, and you can access. Similarly, there is another one, the journal Q1, Q2, Q1, Q2, Q3. So Scopus has this, but it's not under Scopus. This is SCI MAGORJR. That is a website. So you can go to this website, and then you can see the quartile of the journal, quartile 1, quartile 2, quartile 3, like that. And list of ISI journal means the top quality journals are actually under ISI. ISI was the old name. Right now, they call Web of Science is under Clarivate Analytics. So they have their website, and you can similarly, like Scopus, they have their website. You can go to their website, and you can access all their journals area-wise. So then you can see whether this journal is actually Web of Science journal or not. If the journal title, you can just put in the search pane, and if the results is there, then you will find that this journal belongs to this website, and that means this is actually ISI listed journal or Web of Science listed journal. And if you want to publish in journal, just go ahead with the submission. Okay, thank you very much, brothers and sisters. I appreciate your time, your attention. So I'd like to give back the floor to brother from PGSS IIUM, Brother Muhammad Yasir.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof, for the incredibly insightful and thorough presentation about publishing research, particularly article, I suppose. Now, before we move on into the Q&A session, Prof, lots of the audience here are asking for the slides.
Yeah, I have already given the slide to, yesterday I have given the slide to CPS, Sister Liana. So Sister Liana CPS can share with the audience. I have already given the slide yesterday.
Sure. Okay. So Sister Liana, please, later in the chat box, please let the audience know what to do with the slides, how to access it, I mean. Okay, then okay, there you go. This is the slide, everyone. It's in the chat box. Until then, perhaps let's have Q&A. Let me try to read the questions that have been posted. Okay, one question. In the by Brother Hariz, in the analysis section, the combinations of the analysis methods, are those the standard combinations, or would other combinations work?
Come again, the question again.
In the analysis section,
okay,
the combinations of the analysis methods, are those the standard combinations, or would other combinations work?
Actually, it depends upon your research objective. There may be standard combination, also may not be standard combination. This depends upon your research objective. If your research objective is to, let's say, improve service quality in the restaurant business, to improve service quality in the restaurant business. So that is your research objective. Now, one of the tools, quantitative tools to do this is quality function deployment. And as per the requirement of quality function deployment, you have to collect the quality indicators as per the perspective of the customers, the restaurant patrons, those people who go to the restaurants to eat. From their perspective, what are the indicators of quality for a restaurant? So you collect this data. Now, after this, you will find a lot of indicators. Now, not all indicators you can put in the QFD, quality function deployment model. So you have to prioritize those indicators which are more common and more important. And that is not possible by using QFD alone. So you have to use like say analytic hierarchy process. Now you inject analytic hierarchy process inside QFD, and analytic hierarchy process will give you the priorities or the ranks of the indicators. And these ranks are actually used by the quality function deployment. And finally, you will get the outcome or the result coming from quality function deployment. So in this process, you have used quality function deployment and analytic hierarchy process. This is actually, you will say, standard combination. But I will not say this combination is everywhere or always the case. It depends upon sometime AHP can come with QFD, AHP can come with what do you call data envelopment analysis. In engineering or in industrial engineering, there is another method which is very common, that's called goal programming. So that there is a major method, but that major method may not be enough. So you need to incorporate or inject some other pertinent method which will be actually giving the supplementary results or the strength of your main method. So the main method and the supplementary method may have some standard combinations, but not always the case. I think that is my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. And the one that asked the question seems to be satisfied. I can see it in the chat. Now, another question, let me see. Okay, by Brother Mahmoud Sobeh. Okay, when I apply to any industry or university for postdoctoral, I believe, positions, so for postdoc positions, which do they focus more? My actual thesis or my journals?
Okay, for the postdoctoral research means that you have completed your thesis, and after that you have to get published, because for postdoctoral research application requires your publications, and these publications come from your thesis. So when you have published, then thesis is already counted. So once you have published and you can communicate, submit these papers to the organization or the institutions where you are applying your postdoctoral research. In this case, thesis is redundant. Thank you.
Prof, now someone is asking, Brother Mushfiquzaman Chaudhry, tell us about index journal. I mean, he's asking, how do we know which one is an index journal?
Okay, so index, like here in Malaysia, there are 3-4 which are very well accepted index. I mean any journal included in this database, they are considered as index journal, like Scopus. So have any journal and you want to verify whether is Scopus listed or not. So go to the Scopus listed database, which anybody can download from there, as I have shared, but I have not shown you how to do this because of the time. So you go to scopus.com, click sources, then sources will take you another page where you have to log in, username, your password. Then you will get one link where you will be able to get that link, download Scopus listed journal, something like that. So you, and it is Excel based. So you just search Ctrl+F, give the title of your journal and see whether this journal belongs to this list or not. If it is listed, then it is Scopus listed. If it is not listed, then it is not Scopus listed. And sometimes also they discontinue. Let's say this was Scopus listed until 2022, but now it is 2024. So it is no longer Scopus listed, though it is in the list, but it is discontinued. Similarly, you go to my site, whether it is look like considered as Malaysian version of Scopus. Malaysian version of Scopus is my site. My means Malaysia, right? Okay. So they have their databases all published in Malaysia, and they are reasonably good journals. So you go to the my site website and put the title in the search box and see whether this title belongs to this my site or not. So you will see if it is not, if it is there means it is my site, it means indexed, or if it is not there means. Similarly for ERA, which is actually a database published from Australia, and also most prestigious is the Web of Science. So every database have their list of journals, and you just see whether your title, your targeted journal, the title of the targeted journal belongs to that list or not. If it belongs, then it is indexed. If it is not belong, it does not belong, then it is not indexed. Sometimes we get the index name like Google Scholar, all these. I don't think that these are actually indexed. So index means to me is Web of Science, Scopus, ERA, and my site. Other than these four, I don't consider they as credible index. Maybe there are some, but in some other area like engineering or medicine, but in social science, these are the main areas. Okay.
Okay. Well, we have another question.
Okay.
Quite an interesting question, I suppose, here by Sister Farhanis Alisha. Prof, it seems that rejection is to be expected when trying to publish articles in the academic world.
Yes.
Can you share with us how you felt, and if you had experienced this, of course. So can you share with us how you felt and how you handled yourself the first time you were rejected by a publication, meaning your paper?
Okay. Rejection is common from the very beginning until the end. I have heard that even the Nobel laureates, they have got rejection from the journal editors. My area where I work is analytic hierarchy process, that is a multiple criteria decision making. The first paper was written by Thomas L. Satie, was the professor of business administration in Wharton School of Business under University of Pennsylvania. He wrote this paper in 1977. He communicated this paper to one journal published by UK, Journal of Operational Research Society, and unfortunately that paper was rejected. Then he communicated that paper to Journal of Mathematical Psychology, published from some publisher in USA. So there he got succeeded in getting the paper accepted, and that paper itself has triggered thousands, if not millions of papers. That is the first paper published in 1977. Today, every day there are hundreds of papers being published using analytic hierarchy process. So brothers and sisters, get ready for getting rejected. This is a very, very common. It happens to each and every one, I will say. You won't find, possibly you won't find anybody that his paper in some time is not been rejected. As I said, even the Nobel laureates, their papers sometime got rejected. Feeling, yes, of course, we are all human. When we expect something and we don't get, we get rejected. This is very common, but there is always hope. We temporarily, yes, we get very bad. Feeling is not good, very sad. But what to do? The paper has been rejected, and we want to get it published some other journal. So we take some time, we revise according to whatever comments have been given. And I do believe that this is my personal opinion. Don't worry. Your paper has been rejected by one journal, but keep patience. Inshallah, it will be published in some other journal. I can assure you I can fully assure you that if it is a good paper, then it will be published somewhere else. So don't get rejected temporarily, yes, but keep hope and just be patient and confident that somewhere it will be. So keep on working on that and choose the journal rightly. So the journal choice is very, very important. Choose the right journal, and inshallah, if the paper has quality, it will be published. That's my response.
Thank you, Prof. And we are actually coming towards the end of the first half of this session. So first of all, Prof, thank you very much for your sharing. It has been extremely insightful. And also for me, I really hope to see you because I also plan to do my PhD in business admin.
Okay, most welcome.
Yeah. And so yes, Prof, thank you very much.
Okay, most welcome. Okay, so thank you very much. May Allah bless us all and wish you all happy life, PhD journey. May Allah bless you and make the things easy for you. If there's any question which I may not be able to because of the time, I'm here. You can always contact me, inshallah. I will try to help as much as possible. With this, I finish. Wabillahi tawfiq al-hidayah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And so people, yes, that was the sharing by Prof. Rapipul. Yes, and don't forget to actually download the slides that have been shared by Prof. It's in the chat box.
So brother, I can leave now, right?
Oh yes, Prof, please.
Okay, thank you very much once again.
Yeah. Okay, and so there we go. Yes, everyone. It was insightful. And now we are about to have our break as usual, which will last for an hour and a half. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming back after the nice break. I hope your zuhur is good and your lunch are all nice. And so we're about to begin with the agenda for the second half of today. So we are going to have a briefing by EMGS. All right, so let me introduce the speaker. 1 second. So this will be delivered by Mr. Zinun Al-Rashid bin Shaiful Bahari. He is from EMGS. He's the senior executive of. He's from Senior Executive Office, International Student Management. And so let's see if he is here. Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Assalamualaikum, everyone.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah. Okay, sir.
Can I start?
You may start, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, brother. Okay, let me share the screen first. All right. Before we start, I would like to say Assalamualaikum and a very good evening to all of you. I would like to thanks to IIUM inviting EMGS to give an opportunity to meet all you students of IIUM via online and also present about the student pass. Today, I would like to present about the student pass application process. It is an honor to share with you today and address the esteemed gathering. My name is Zinun Al-Rashid. You can call me Zain. I'm from Education Malaysia Global Services, EMGS, and then currently I'm working under the Department of International Student Management and Services, where I'm processing the student pass application. And then it is a truly pleasure to have all of you today, right? So my presentation today will be focused on the process of new student pass application and the advice of do and don'ts for all the international students. Right, so I'm going to start the background of EMGS. Right, as you can see here, EMGS is a company limited by guarantee under the purview of Ministry of Higher Education. EMGS is the official gateway for all international students interested in pursuing higher education at Malaysia public, private higher education institution, language center, and training center. Okay, EMGS operate as one-stop center for all international students services, and it's responsible for the global promotion. So which means we also do the promotion for all international, we do the promotion at outside Malaysia to attract the student to come to Malaysia. And then our vision is aspiring Malaysia as a leading study destination and talent development, right? So role of EMDS that been given by the ministry to EMDS, number one is to process, to vetting, screening, and assisting international students with visa application. And then number two, like I said just now, we also responsible to promote Malaysia to the world as an international education Malaysia hub and keeping Malaysia appealing to overseas students. And number three, this is related to number one, we also support international students in assisting the student welfare and provide added value to the international students who have arrived in Malaysia. And lastly, this is quite new role where we have to engage and develop a scholarship framework for international students. So we wanted to have many students that come to Malaysia via scholarships. Okay. And then this is the one-stop center of EMGS. If you have any issues, you also may walk into EMGS one-stop center, but we also have call center and email team. You also can email to us. You also can call us. I'm going to share to you our email and phone number later on. Okay, this is our OSC. We have several offices and 2 booths at KLIA 1 and KLIA 2. Okay, our main one-stop center located at EMDS Menara TA1. This is cater all application all over Malaysia, right? So our function at OSC is processing student pass application for all types of products, and then we provide comprehensive customer service. One-stop center, we receive the student passport, we hand over back the student passport, and then we assisting we assisting all the application related to the student pass application. For example, the student pass application process and endorsement. Other than that, we also process dependent pass application. This is not mandatory. Some university they will ask EMDS to do their student pass application, but for UIA it's different lah, which means for dependent you can apply straight away to UIA. Right. So other than that, we also provide iCard, and then we do it at our compound, at our one-stop center. We also have the immigration together with us. It is easy for us to do a reference with the immigrations. Okay. Other than that, the second office is located at Cyberjaya. This office is only meant for processing the visa approval letter, and then the student pass endorsement for IPT for university or institution located locally at Cyberjaya only. And then just to inform, we also have OSC, one-stop center at Kuching, Sarawak. And then, like I mentioned before, we also have the International Student Arrival Center, ISAC, at KLIA Terminal 1 and KLIA Terminal 2. So our function at KLIA Terminal 1 and Terminal 2 will be the same function, is to assist and provide the best welcoming experience for international students arriving at Terminal 1 and Terminal 2. Number two, we also check and record the international student entering Malaysia and act as the reference point for Immigration Department of Malaysia for international students. This is focused for international students. So which means when you arrive at KLIA, you register at our counter and we will assist accordingly. And then lastly, we do the necessary documents. We also ensure that before your clearance at the Immigration Department, you must show the right document to ensure that you get the right stamp, to ensure that there is no issue when it comes to the endorsement of student pass. Okay. So where we located at KLIA, because you know KLIA is very big. For KLIA Terminal 1, we are located at Arrival Hall in the main terminal building at level 3 before the immigration clearance. If you are taking flight and landed at KLIA 1, you may see our counter at level 3 just before the immigration clearance. And for KLIA Terminal 2, we are located at level 3A after the exit from the Sky Bridge of international student that arrive at level 2. Okay. All right, so on the next item, I'm going to share with you the student pass application process. This is for you to understand how the process looks like. No, and then normally the process will take I can call it as a two stages. Number one, the stage is where pre-arrival screening, where we do the screening before you come into Malaysia. Number two is we do the process after you arrive in Malaysia. Okay. All right. So this is the new application process for all international students. I believe that pre-arrival process, most of you has done the process, and then it's just another second part of the process, the later part, where you have to enter Malaysia and do this, do the endorsement of student pass. Okay, this is the student pass for new application process in general. In general, normally you have the academic result, right? Under normal circumstances, you have the academic result, then you apply to many university. For you all, I believe that you apply to the IIUM, to UIA. Okay, once you apply, and then the registrar office will vet through your academic result. If you are being selected, then you will be issued the offer letter under your name. So once you receive the offer letter, you can apply directly to EMDS website. You can apply directly to EMDS website and then fill up the form and upload all the required document like I mentioned in this box. Normally for a new student, you must upload the offer letter, passport pages, health declaration form, photo, academic result. And if you are coming from this respective country, Sudan, Iran, Oman, and Libya, you must upload the NOC, LOE, and NOL letter. Okay, this letter you can obtain from the respective country in Malaysian embassy. Okay, what I mean is this Sudan embassy in Malaysia, Iran embassy in Malaysia, Oman and Libya embassy in Malaysia. You may contact them through the email. Okay, so once we receive all this document, then it will straight away go into the EMGS process. Okay, for the normal process, under normal circumstances, we will check the document from one by one document. So normally there will be 3 output. If you are submitted and not compliance with the requirements, for example, the requirement for new application, you must have validity passport 18 months. If you are not submitting 18 months, the validity 18 months and above, we will do the required correction. We will ask for a new passport, for example, or for new documents. Okay, so that's why, like I said, the common output for new application is the required correction. Sometimes the document submitted is not completed. That's number one. That's number one issue. Number two, the document submitted is not compliance with the requirement. So that's why we ask for the additional document. Okay, to ensure that you can get the approval at earliest time, it is that advisable for you to respond back to EMGS on the same day, on the next day, as soon as possible when you receive the notification. Okay, on the second output, normally when we receive a complete document or we receive the additional document from the student, then only we support the applications once the application is meet the requirement. If there is no issue, EMDS will support the application. Okay, so once EMDS support the application, we will provide you the study approval letter from EMDS. This is to show that the student has fulfilled the academic requirement and we have support the application. Okay, so on the next business day, what will happen is EMDS system will send the data to the immigration system on the next business day for approval, for visa approval letter. So for box number 3, immigration will check in terms of the security. Is there any issue with the student? Is there any issue about the student that has the security issue? If no issue about the security, so immigration will straight away produce the visa approval letter. Okay, so once the visa approval letter has been approved by the immigration, So then the validity period for the eval is 6 months from the date of issuance. So which means, hold on. Right, so I can continue back. So the validity of VAL is 6 months. So you have to plan as early as you can. So which means if let's say you come after the VAL has expired, so which means you can't renew, you can't extend the validity of VAL. So you have to plan properly when you wanted to come to Malaysia. Okay, so this is quite crucial. Okay, for number 4 step, I believe some of you has done this part. Some of you still waiting for the visa approval letter. So if you are coming from that if you are coming from countries that require single entry visa, or e-visa to enter Malaysia, and then you are required to submit the SCV application to the nearest Malaysian mission embassy or the embassy Malaysia at overseas lah, at your home country, or else you can apply e-visa through the online. You can apply e-visa through the immigration website. Okay. So number 2, if you are coming from that country that are not required single entry, that are required visa but don't have Malaysian embassy, you can get the visa on arrival at the airport. Okay, this is very crucial. I received so many cases where the student came into Malaysia, they don't have the SCV. They don't have the SCV, they don't have the single entry visa or the e-visa, and then they are not eligible to take the visa on arrival at the airport. So they have to go back to the home country, travel back to the home country and get the single entry visa. Okay, so you have to check. You have to check properly on this one because this is very important. If you are not get the visa, you may not get the student pass. Okay, so the third country is the Commonwealth country. For Commonwealth country, most of Commonwealth country, you just show the visa approval letter at the immigration clearance, so you can get, so you can submit for the student pass application later on. Okay. All right, before you travel, we advise you to download EMDS mobile apps, or we call it as EMDS Hub. From there, you can update your arrival time. So our team, like I mentioned before, at the KLIA Terminal 1 and Terminal 2, when you update your arrival details on the apps, so we can track down your arrival details, so we can arrange for you the clearance at the immigration. It will be much more easier. Okay, we can stand by our manpower there to receive you there. Okay, so 3 days before your arrival to Malaysia, you are required, this is also important, you are required to fill in the digital arrival card, MDAC, through the immigration website. This must be done before 3 days before arrival. So then after that, you can travel to Malaysia. All right, on the later stage, for when you already arrive in Malaysia, I have another slide I share to you. Okay, so once you arrive in Malaysia, for all new student from IIUM, this is the important step for new international student. You have to register at the IIUM visa office, and then this is the process to register you as the official student. Okay, you must ensure your registration is completed at the IIUM visa unit office. So after your completion, the second step will be you must complete the post-arrival medical screening. So which means you have to attend and pass the post-medical screening at the IIUM Clinic Sejahtera. Okay. So next, once you already receive, you done the post-medical screening, and then you also your status is fit to study. So which means you have no issue related to the medical. So you can clear the personal bond payment, settle the personal bond payment with IIUM, with the IIUM office. And then the step number 4, you must obtain the insurance cover note you must purchase the insurance from IIUM insurance provider. And then after that, only you can submit the student pass. You can submit your passport for the student pass endorsement. Okay. But my advice, once you arrive at Malaysia, on the next day, on the next business day, you must come to the international office IIUM. This is very important because all students, when they arrive at KLIA Terminal 1 and Terminal 2, they will obtain the special pass. They will obtain the special pass, and then the validity of special pass is 1 month. It's only 30 days. So if you are not registered as a student at IIUM, and then you prolong, you just delay your registration at IIUM, you may face the overstay. This is according to the Immigration Act. This is crime lah. So it is better that like my advice just now, it is better on the next business day when you arrive, you just straight away go to the IIUM visa unit office and then register there. So we will advise you accordingly. Like I said, do the medical screening, clear personal bond payment, and then purchase the insurance. So after that, EMGS will collect your student passport every Tuesday and Thursday once you have complete this number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4 step. Okay. So our collection time will be every Tuesday and Thursday from 9 a.m. until 12:30 p.m. Okay, we will open also the counter at the IIUM visa unit office for the endorsement of student pass. But before we collect the passport, you need to complete this 1, 2, 3, 4, and then this 1, 2, 3, 4 step lah. And then you must make sure that you don't come like, you know, like I mentioned just now, you will get the special pass at the airport. The validity is 30 days. You don't come like you already overstay, because once you overstay, you need to clear the overstay. The overstay will take the process will be much more longer. Okay. All right. So if you have anything related to EMGS, you can call that our inquiry number, or you can email to us at evos@educationmalaysia.gov.my. Right. I will put the email in the comment box later. All right, I think that's all from me. This is very important because I believe that most of the student has done the pre-arrival part where you already have the VAL, or you are in the midst to get the VAL, or you already have the VAL but did not have the e-visa or did not have the single entry visa. Okay, on the later stage, this is very important, where the post-arrival process, where you already enter Malaysia, you must make sure that you register at IIUM office 1 day, 2 days after you arrive. Okay, on the business day lah, like Monday to Friday, you just came to register first. Okay, right. I think that's all for me. I open if you have any Q&A for me before I will end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. I arrived on Saturday and I'm going to go to visa unit on Thursday. Is it okay?
Yeah, okay. You have to register first. The key point is you have to register at IIUM to become as official student. Then only you have to complete the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, where you have to do the medical, you have to purchase the insurance, and you have to clear the personal bond. Then only after that, later stage, after maybe somewhere around 5 working days, after that, EMJS will collect your passport. You can submit for your passport.
All right, thank you.
I pass
First of
back to the
all,
moderator.
First of all, thank you, Mr. Zin, for sharing with us. If I'm not mistaken, last semester it was also you shared with us, right? Did you?
Yes, brother.
Also,
It is me.
Yeah, I still remember you. So yes, welcome back, and we are very glad to have you again this time. And so yes, for the Q&A, we'll have until 3:15. So let's fill that spot up. Now, I'm going to read the first two questions first in the chat box, and then later, everyone, you may just type more, or you may also, open your mic if you need to. First question, do we need to transfer student pass from old passport to new passport? Sir?
Okay, if you have a new passport, then you have to done the transfer endorsement. So which means you have to transfer your student pass from the old passport to the new passport.
Okay. All right. Next question.
The question is from me. I just want to make a clear. It's mean that I have to come again to the EMGS in UIA to give my old and new passport, so EMGS can send to the immigration to transfer the visa, or how to do it?
Are you a new student? Are you the new student?
Yes, but actually I'm asking for the, I mean, let's say in a year, then I have to transfer to the new passport. Then how to settle it?
Okay, you just walk into the IIUM visa unit. They will assist on that.
Oh, okay. So it's mean that I have to transfer it by come to the EMGS, not like in the immigration airport. I just bring my old and new passport together. It's mean that the immigration officer can see that in the old passport I have my visa, and this one is the new one. The passport is the new one without the visa. Is it possible like that way?
No, you have to transfer it. You have to transfer from the old passport to the new passport. If you just receive the new passport, normally the immigration have no issue for you to enter Malaysia. But then after that, when you already in Malaysia, then you need to complete the process where to transfer from old passport to the new passport.
With all the documents, the requirement of the documents, like the first time, or just give the passport?
Just provide the passport. And then I think you have to make copy as well. Yeah.
The copy of the passport, is it?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. And then my other question is, in the e-file, you just mentioned that there is a 6-month period before the expired of the eval. But I remember that when I received the eval, EMGS is like every weeks remind me to report to UIA as soon as possible. How is it? I mean, the expired date is still 6 months, right?
Yeah, it's 6 months. It's just a notification. It's just a notification, madam, where we wanted you to do what is the next step, course of action, But then if you are coming in the validity of eval, and then it is still valid, there shouldn't be any issue.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, welcome.
Okay, thank you, sister, for the question. Next question, sir. How long does the immigration stage usually take? It says 7 to 10 days on the website. However, according to this brother right here, He experienced that it's a bit longer than that. So his application is at 35% right now, and it says in process with immigration. What comes after, and when can I expect an update? Thank you very much.
Okay. Currently we have I can say that we have a lot of application at 35% stages. Normally our SLA, our service level agreement that the brother mentioned in the website is 7 to 10 working days, which is true if providing the complete document. If you are sending a complete document, and then it can be issued by 14 working days. But at the moment, the numbers of application is very high. The volume of the application is very, very high. And then it takes some time to get approval. But then immigration are doing their level best to settle all the pending application at the immigration state. Okay.
Okay, sir. We really hope that the MGS can have ease in doing the tasks. We would imagine that none of the tasks are easy anyways because of dealing with that many applications. Okay, next question. Let me see. There is a suggestion, but let me read the question first. I would like to inquire regarding the requirement for a 3-month bank statement for the dependent visa application. Is it possible to submit a 1-month bank statement with the equivalent amount of the required 3 months instead?
Okay. This is for dependent pass lah, for the student that wanted to bring the dependent pass. Okay, the requirement by the government of Malaysia, they need to have a 3 months of bank statement.
Strictly 3 months, yes, sir?
Yeah, 3 months, yeah.
Strictly,
If you're
okay.
submitting like 1 month, 1.5 month, 2 months, it is not possible to get the dependent pass because it is been stated at the circular by the immigration that they need a 3 months of bank statement, then only you are eligible to apply for the dependent pass.
All right, sir. Maybe I'll read one, okay, by the way, complete for that. And there is a suggestion from someone. Let's just hear it. Okay, I have a suggestion, please. When I get eval and I get emails from EMGS to submit my passport, I was in Yemen and difficult to book flight. Okay, my suggestion is about adding note in eval that student need to book flight before class start at least 2 weeks, as you mentioned, 1 month visa pass. So you can also look at the chat box if you want to understand the suggestion. Perhaps if I read once, not enough, yeah, if you want to read it again. From brother, I think brother, Amal Ali.
My suggestion about the adding note in the eval student to book flight. Okay, I will take your suggestion. Thank you, brother.
Okay, the next question. I have a question about dependent visa or dependent pass, I suppose. What are the requirements to get a dependent visa?
Okay, actually the requirement to get the dependent visa is involve a lot of document. For example, the relationship letter, the marriage certificate letter, the bank statement, and then the birth certificate. So I think I can provide you link later on. You may refer to the requirements for the dependent pass.
Okay. Any more questions, people? We have around, let's say, 10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes.
Okay, Brother Shahid Afreen, you have another question? Sure. You want to turn on your mic this time?
Yes, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah.
Salam.
Another question is that if my visa doesn't come on time, which is that I know my exams start in November. So if I miss out on that and it doesn't come because it has taken longer than expected, what are my options?
Oh, I think this one actually we are in the very best level to settle the application at 35% stage. We hope that we can settle it within this week or next week, or the latest stage is another 1 week lah, 3 weeks time. Hopefully all the student can get enroll into that program and does not delay the program at the university. That I can comment with the EMDS part. I think for study part, I think you need to check back with the IIUM.
Okay, sister replied, I'll do that. Okay, then settle for that. Let's see what is up next. All right, 1 second.
Assalamualaikum. Can I ask a question?
Okay, sure.
Sure,
Go
brother.
ahead, sir.
Okay, so the question regarding the dependent past the bank issue. So am I eligible to provide my local bank with sufficient amount of money, or is it not allowed?
Okay, if you wanted to provide with your local bank, you need to get the statement verified by your embassy in Malaysia. Yeah, but I can say that most of the embassy, they does not want to verify that. They don't want to official stamp on the bank statement. Yeah, my suggestion is you can transfer, if they don't want to, you can transfer the money at the local bank in Malaysia.
Yeah, but the problem is like this: you need 3 months. That's the problem. Because my account we are already maintaining for long time, like 5-10 years, right? So the statement is there, but you need 3 months statement. That's the problem.
Okay, my suggestion, brother, you can contact your embassy. Is it possible for them to verify on that bank statement, on your local bank statement, Malaysia, your embassy in Malaysia? If possible, I think immigration will consider that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your suggestion.
Any more? Okay. Yes, one question, but by the way, Mr. Herul Aziz, you may just post a question for everyone, yeah, so that Mr. Zin can also read. By the way, okay, let me copy and paste the question so that all can see. I would like to ask whether postgraduate students are permitted to work remotely for a company based in their home country whilst studying. Could you kindly clarify the regulations regarding this matter? work remotely. Is it
Okay, I would
allowed?
like to ask what student permitted. Okay, I think this one I need to check on the requirement and come back again with the answer. I need to check back again. Apa tak dengar?
Sorry. I'm sorry about that. The question is in the chat, sir. So the person is asking, Sister Rebecca, she's from Colombia. She says, my country doesn't have a Malaysian embassy, Colombia. However, the embassy of the country I'm in right now, which is Turkey, so she's in Turkey now, assure me that my country does need the single entry visa. I would like to know if it's better for me to get the single entry visa just in case, or it's actually not needed. Okay.
Okay, to know that your country is need for single entry visa or not, when the approval of visa approval letter, if you are required to get the single entry visa, they will provide you, they will inform you in the letter, you need to get the single entry visa. Because with this statement, I can't advise, because if you are from Colombia, then it depends actually. We need to check. Maybe you can provide me your details like passport. You can DM to the moderator. Then we need to check on your application in the system. So easy, we can advise you accurately on this matter.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. I think as of now, that's it, because we are coming close to the second agenda for today. Sir, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, sir. You may leave the chat. Okay. And so thank you, everyone, for your participation. Yeah. And for you may also contact them, I think, in the MGS. You may, just visit their website, because when I did my visa, I did that too. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, we are now waiting for the next session, but Dr. Fatmir is not here yet. We should wait a little bit more. I hope everyone is okay. We're not done yet. We have that one more. Yeah. So we do that. And then that would be perhaps the final agenda for today. And then we will have a closing statement or closing speech by our Deputy Dean. Okay. In the meantime, what do we do? Everyone, you may let me welcome questions then. If you want to ask me anything about studying in IIUM, perhaps, whilst waiting for Dr. Fatmir. Yeah. Okay. Knowledge and human sciences. or AHASK IRKHS, specifically from the Department of, one second. Department of Religion. Yeah. Usuluddin and Comparative Religion. And he today will present to us about management of cultural diversity among Muslims with reference to IIUM community. Yes, Doctor, whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Wa salatu wa salamu ala Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Wa man tabi'ahu bi ihsanin ila yawmiddin. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu. First of all, we'd like to be thankful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for bringing us together to this session today. And secondly, I would like to thank the postgraduate studies of IIUM for giving me this honor to share my experience related to this topic about how to manage cultural diversity. And thirdly, I would like to welcome all the new students to our beloved university, International Islamic University in Malaysia. And indeed, this will be a great experience for all of you while being in our university. And before, since this is new experience for you, that is the reason I believe why the Center of Postgraduate Studies would like us to know how to manage the cultural diversity that we have in our university in particular. And before we go to that, I would like to look at it briefly, what is meant by this cultural diversity and what are the main components that will help us to manage this cultural diversity. Looking at the fact that we are Muslims, even though we might have non-Muslims joining our university, but looking at the mission and the vision of our university, that is Islamic University, so we look at it from that perspective, and whenever a Muslim is a Muslim, he has or she has to look at it from the Islamic worldview. So that is very important for us to understand that the identity that we have established and we mold according to the Islamic sources that are the Quran and the Sunnah, as well as the heritage that has been left based on the Quran and Sunnah, this will help us to manage easily or smoothly cultural diversity. And the fact that we know that this cultural diversity is not something strange to us as Muslims. Now, this will be briefly what I'm going to share with you. Just a bit overview about the situation that we are going through. And I would like you to understand a bit what is meant by cultural diversity and what is Muslim identity. And the last thing, how do we apply this to the International Islamic University, looking at the community itself, which is diverse as far as the culture is concerned. We don't look at it from the religious perspective, and that is our concern about how to maintain a good relationship and to communicate with one another and get closer to one another. So here, this is what I mentioned here, looking at the reality that we are going through. Yes, we have varieties. We have diversities when it comes to views, ideas, thoughts, even ideologies, even we have religions, and we have cultures as well as traditions and customs. Since we are talking about the culture, and we have to understand that culture, it is looked at it from different perspectives, because some people might look at culture as ultimate, universal, and some of them might look at culture as a part of religion. Now, when you look at it from Islamic perspective, so we have to understand that culture, it is a part, of our life, but it is not something that will govern our life, because Islam is the one that is governing everything for us as Muslims. As long as we regulate the culture within the teachings of Islam, this kind of culture is accepted by Islam. So that is the fact here. When you look at, as I mentioned here, the diversity that we have. Beside that, when you look at the community, maybe you are going to look at the Malaysian community as well. Beside our university that is has a cultural diversity, whereas when you look at the Malaysian community, beside cultural diversity, there is a religious diversity. So we have to understand that religion is very fundamental in general, and Islam for us as Muslims in particular. So now this will help us on how we are going to identify a person that coming from this cultural background compared to another person that is related to another cultural background. That is the reason why we are here in this university. And this, I believe this will help us to understand cultural differences. And when we understand these cultural differences, we can easily manage the conflicts that might be raised, even misunderstandings that can be there. Even we can say that we might feel we find it very hard, and we feel sometimes we get angry when somebody behaves the way according to his or her culture. So if we do not know, then we cannot just simply come to the final judgment and consider others wrong, looking at it from our perspective, if I say the culture perspective. Now, this is the most important thing here that I would like you to understand. Why do we have to understand this cultural diversity in general and in relation to our community here in IIUM? Because it is a fact that we as Muslims, we come from different cultural backgrounds. Whether we like it or not, this is related to the way how Allah has created us. So that is how, when you look at the reality itself, it shows that is something that we cannot avoid, whether we like it or not. That's why we have to find a way how to manage this cultural diversity that we are having in front of us, and it is a reality. So here I am trying to share with you some of the ways, based on my understanding at the last section, how to manage this cultural diversity when you look at certain steps that we have to take in relationship to our university. But before we go to that point, maybe most of you are aware of this fact when we refer to the Quran, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has mentioned or has reminded us, as it is mentioned in Surah Al-Ma'idah, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, وَلَوْ شَاءَ اللَّهُ لَجَعَلَكُمْ أُمَّةً وَاحِدَةً وَلَكِنْ لِيَبْلُوَكُمْ فِيمَا أَتَاكُمْ فَاسْتَبِقُوا الْخَيْرَاتِ. Now, when you look at the reality here, based on this in Surah Al-Ma'idah, that it is, as I mentioned before, this diversity, it is created by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for us to benefit and to test. We believe that every one of us is tested through the presence of one of each other. When I look at this, the culture that belongs to another group of people, it is a test for me, and my culture is a test for the other group of people when you are dealing with Muslims. So look at it from that perspective when you're going to interact with people in our university. So consider that as a test. And what is required to overcome this test, if we want to get, to benefit, then we have to be very patient. We cannot just simply come with a conclusion. That is the reason, as I mentioned here, that when we look at this cultural diversity, that is a reality that shows us the differences that are among us, related to different groups of people, and this is accepted by Islam. It is the color. We are looking at the varieties of colors that we have within the same community. And maybe that is the reason, if you have realized that today people name Muslims according to the cultural perception that they have. Because they believe that some Muslims, if they look at Islam from the cultural perspective, without managing the culture from the Islamic perspective, then this might create a problem. But if you look at the cultural difference that we have, and we manage everything according to Islam, so there is no problem with that, as long as we do everything according to the teachings of Islam. So that is, if I may say, that shows us the identity of a particular group of people among the Muslims. So if we look at the Muslim community, we are coming from different cultural backgrounds, and that is a reality that we have to accept. And you can see another point that we have to understand here when we refer again in the Quran, that is a fact, as I mentioned before, among the Sunnah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because that will make us, in order to strive for what is righteousness. Because when you look at what people do, so I have to do something that will make others be pleased with, and above all, that will please Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So we are not here to look at the cultural diversity that we have, and we try to be superior to one another. So that is not what is meant by the way that Allah created us in this, I mean, with this reality. As it is mentioned here in Surah Rum, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, وَمِنْ آيَاتِهِ خَلْقُ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ وَاخْتِلَافُ أَلْسِنَتِكُمْ وَأَلْوَانِكُمْ إِنَّ فِي ذَلِكَ لَآيَاتٍ لِلْعَالِمِينَ. Now, that is very clear that Allah has mentioned here these differences that we have, or if I may say, the diversity that we have in matters of the language, as well as the colors that we have. And here you can relate it as a part of the creation that Allah created us. And we believe that the language that we use, we need to communicate with one another. And we can use even the culture diversity that we have as a means of communication. When we know one's culture, easily we can cope up with one another in a very proper way. So that is how, if we apply this to our university, I believe that beside these cultural differences, you'll find this diversity of languages as well. And you'll find here diversity of colors. We come from different colors. When you look at the appearance that we have, so it's not that we want it to be like that, but that is how Allah created us. And as Muslims, we believe this is the reality, whether we like it or not. We have to accept the way it is given to us by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If we compare ourselves with those who don't believe, and you can see how they go against the sunnah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and we see the result. So we don't have to do that, you know. So that is how this will make us, to strive for what will please Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and in order not to become arrogant with one another. And another thing here, it is very important for us to understand, this is the farewell speech of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and every one of us as Muslims who are aware of it, because that is the reality that Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam reminded us when he was giving this sermon to the Arabs in the final farewell sermon. So that is meant for every human being, because we believe that our Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam came as the final messenger and mercy to humanity. So now we Muslims, we don't represent one culture group of people, one particular community, but we represent humanity at large. So we have to look at it from that perspective, not within the culture context of my group, where I belong, but we look at it from the very nature of why Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam was sent to humanity. So we have to bear this kind of message. So I don't have to read this. You understand that what is the most important thing that I would like to emphasize here. So what will make us differ from one another? It is a taqwa. So here, let us use taqwa as the key indicator in order to get rid of these clashes. If we say when it comes to culture, we might face or might create conflicts in our relationships with people, with Muslims. Now we are talking about Muslims here. So when you look at non-Muslim, we have other differences. Beside the culture, we are talking about religion as well. But here, when you are dealing with Muslims, so in both cases, I believe that we have to bring the presence of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in everything we do, because we are here to please Allah. We are not here to please ourselves or to please people. Even if you try, you'll not be able to please yourself, because the life in this world is created with a different purpose. And if you are trying to please people, it will be very difficult. But we believe when Allah is pleased with us, to some extent, Allah will make others be happy with what we do for the sake of Allah. So we look at it from that perspective. And we believe, the moment that we believe, we see the result. But if we do it because in a mechanical way, you just want to please yourself, or you want to be recorded as a good person without having, bearing in mind your relationship with Allah, then this kind of personality will not be there forever. That's why when we talk about taqwa, will help us to create this kind of good relationship with one another and respect one another for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So this is very important for us to understand. Now, when we look at Muslim identity beside this cultural diversity, so now the very reality that we have to understand as Muslims, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created everyone as a Muslim, whether we like it or not, whether he is from this culture or from that culture background, from this color or from that color, from this region or that region, from this religion or that religion. Everyone is created at the very beginning, at the early stage, with the fitra. And Islam claims that is the deen of fitra. Now, bearing this in mind, so this will, will make us to go beyond the culture boundaries that we have, even the boundaries that are set by our religion when we are communicating with members of our religion as well as members of other religions. So you have to understand that, as it is mentioned here, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, فَقِمْ وَجْهَكَ لِلدِّينِ حَنِيفًا فِطْرَةَ اللَّهِ الَّتِي فَطَرَ النَّاسَ عَلَيْهَا. So that is the reality, that Allah is the one who has created every human soul and other creation of Allah. So we are not talking about only human beings, but we are talking about everything that Allah has created with the intention, if I say, or with the aim, if I may say, with the aim to appreciate why Allah has created everything. So here I can say that even another concept of ibadah will come to the picture, why Allah created everything. Now, if you look at it from the scientific perspective, they are talking about living and non-living things. According to Islam or according to Quran, there is no such thing, even those who die, they are living. So life continues. Even the things that we said that this mountain, Allah has made it very clear in the Quran when he offered the trust to the mountains and the heavens, and they rejected, they did not accept, So it means that everything that is created is a living being, because the one who created is a living being. So that is very important for us to understand when we understand the concept of fitra, because some people might think that fitra is something that is created out by Muslim scholars, but it is mentioned in the Quran. And as we mentioned, again here, when you look at the hadith of Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, so that justifies that every human being, if you look at our own kind, is created at the state of fitra. Now, when they come to this world, depends on the situation that they come to, or they say the environment where they are educated or grown up. Now, when we are in this environment in IIUM, so we have to bear in mind what is our priority, what is our aim as Muslims, So we have, alhamdulillah, we were born in a Muslim family, then Allah granted us this blessing, then we have maintained this fitra, understanding of the reality. And we have to strengthen this. And of course, here I'm talking with grown-up people. So we are at the postgraduate level. So we are not talking with those at the undergraduate level. They have a different mindset. We say they are still continuing to educate themselves. Even we say, until the last moment, we are getting knowledge. But your expectation of the university from you is very high. It's not like those at the undergraduate level. So it is like you have, if I say, a higher responsibility and greater responsibility compared to others. Because we are near to become somebody tomorrow to lead and to reform as well as to change. So that is very important for us. When we understand this concept, then this will motivate us. And you can see another important thing that we have to understand. Now, when people understand the situation of fitra, so they will be able to understand and appreciate what Allah has given to them. But how we are going to give this perception to others if we don't know how to engage with members of our community? So that is very fundamental for us to understand the message here. And you can see when we refer to one hadith of Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, now that related to, because when you look at the cultural differences that we have, you see sometimes we forget that we are Muslims. And we try to ignore this or blame that and maybe make him or her a disbeliever without paying attention to the reality. And that is why, according to this hadith, that Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam says, "Man sala salatana wa istaqbala qiblatana wa akala dhabihatana fadhalika al-muslimu alladhi lahu dhimmatullah." Now that is very important. Aren't we performing the salah in the same masjid? Aren't we brothers and sisters? We are living in the same apartment, in the same room, in the same community. Then nobody has the right to do that, So that is very fundamental for us to understand that this indicates the importance of knowing who we are as Muslims. And when we know who we are and the responsibility, then this will make it easy for us to manage, if I say, the conflicts that might raise. Of course, we are human beings. That is the reality. You don't say that a Muslim is like an angel. If he was like an angel, then we are not supposed to be here. But a Muslim, as we know, Allah is testing him more than anyone else. Why? Because we want to please Allah. We want to get something that others are not aware of it. That is the reality, you know, when we look at it from our perspective. And you can see other things that how I relate to our university when I look at the cultural diversity that we have here, and we have to present this when we have these clashes. Those who know, they have to remind one another. So it is like one of us will be a reminder, and the other one will be the one who is going to listen and accept this kind of change that will take place. But if both parties are going to clash with one another, and none of them is willing to step down, then this will go to the second stage. And this will create a conflict, a bigger conflict that is very difficult to manage. So that is how, having this kind of knowledge, forget about, when you look at it, we pray to Allah not to test us, you know, because when Allah is testing us, sometimes we forget who we are. That is the reality. So that is why I mentioned here that we are not better than others, but what will make us better than others? What we have, because we are Muslims, and we are doing this for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That's why when you are going to have this kind of daily engagement with the members of the community, so you have to know how to behave, how to play your role as a member of this community. That is how we have to understand that those who belong to this community, like the students, the leadership, the academic staff or administrative staff, so the fact that everyone should know that this diversity that we have, it is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It's not, as I mentioned before, it's not that I want it to be like that, but Allah decided me to be like this. Now, I don't have to spend my time to think why Allah created me like this. But I have to appreciate the way Allah created me and the purpose that He created me. So that will motivate us, you know. You don't have to look at, so what I'm trying to say, use this culture diversity as an opportunity to benefit from one another. Don't use this as a weapon to destroy one another, but use this as a bridge to, to come together, to come closer to one another. So that is how, in order to manage this cultural diversity, so I was thinking to look at this from these certain steps that I want to share with you. The fact that we have to create this awareness about the situation of the IIUM community. And I believe that that is the very purpose of this Taaruf. And through this Taaruf, they're showing you what the university is all about. Who are the people that are members of this community. And you can see that from different offices, they come and talk with you. Before you go to the classroom, so that is what we call this Taaruf. And beside that, you are going to know one another. Not only knowing the management, knowing the Center of Postgraduate Studies, like we have Brother Mohammed here and others, but we have to know other parts of the university. So that is how it is very fundamental here, as I mentioned, that through this Taaruf, they are going to share with you how this university has been established, what is the mission and the vision of this university. So why you are here? There are many other universities. So why did you choose this university? You choose it because of this mission and vision that we have in the university. And I believe that when you look at our university, is very different from other universities. So what will make it different? When I look at it, the reality that it has a ummatic vision. So now when every one of us has a ummatic vision, easily we can manage this cultural diversity. Why? Because we believe that this is within the platform of the ummatic vision, something that we cannot deny. And beside that, now when you look at the latest, claim that we have, if I may say, or identity that we have put for ourselves, it is Rahmatan lil Alamin. Now, we know that our Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam was sent as Rahmatan lil Alamin. Now, that is the second stage. When you look at universal vision, so besides serving the Muslim community, so we are here to serve humanity at large within the platform of Islam. We are not going to bargain or compromise with others who do not have the same identity as we do, but we have to bear in mind that above all, we are Muslims and will be responsible to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So that is very important for the university to introduce you why the purpose of the establishment of this university and what is the mission and the vision of this university. So that is very important, you know, because when you look at our university, we have coming, even when you look at Malaysia itself, you'll be surprised that they come from different parts of Malaysia. They have different cultures, you know. So you might think that they speak the same language. No, they differ from one another when it comes to the culture, traditions, customs, even the dialect of the language that they speak. So you'll find these differences within the same community. So what about when you're talking about coming from different regions, different countries, beside Malaysia, and how we are going to manage these cultural differences? So based on my experience, as I mentioned before, there was a student in my class, and he was missing the classes, you know. So he was from one of the regions of Malaysia. And after that, I discussed with some of his friends saying that why he is not coming to class. Then after that, we managed to bring him to class, you know. He was a medical student. Then he told me, I said, brother, why don't you come to class? He said, I feel this culture shock. I said, come on, you are a Malaysian. He said, even though I'm a Malaysian, because I find a bit difficult, you know, at the beginning, because he was a new student. At the beginning, I find a bit difficult to cope up with different environment. So alhamdulillah that he shared that with us. Imagine if he kept this in himself. So now when you have this kind of problems, it's better to open up. Don't close it in yourself, and this might create other problems. And later on, this student became very active, you know. So now this is the reality. When we are trying to break this dilemma that is with us, then easily we can overcome everything. There is no difficulties, you know. But of course, we do it for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So look at it from that perspective. And you can see another thing that I would like you to understand here. Students should distinguish between Islam and culture, which are different in nature. Because when you look at the reality, whether we like it or not, so we are not the same. Even though we are Muslims, we have different ways of interpretations. Even some people, you think that everyone is like you. So if you have that in mind, this is the wrong perception. Now, when we know others the way they are, this will make it easy for us to solve the problem. But if we think that people are, oh, they are Muslims, so why they don't go to the masjid, why they don't pray, they're supposed to be. So without asking, knowing the situation, then this will create another problem. So we are not here, as I mentioned before, to judge people, but we are here to cope up with them. And when we get closer with people, easily we can solve many problems because we come very close. That's why I mentioned here, and all of you are aware of this, the last verse that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has revealed. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Al-yawma akmaltu lakum dinakum wa atmamtu alaykum ni'mati wa raditu lakum al-Islam ad-dinan. So now we are privileged by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to be members of this din that is Islam. But we don't have to stop here. We have to excel in our relationship with members of our community and to go beyond. We have to extend this. So here we are not just only, but it will give us a good reputation if we are establishing good relationship with members of our community. So if we become good examples in our community, then this will attract members of other communities and will take us as a reference. So try to be like that, you know. So here you have an aim. You are here to achieve something. But if you are here just only to pass your time and you are here to get just only a piece of paper, then there are many other places to do that, you know. But you are here to make a difference. So you are here to contribute, to become somebody, to motivate others to do better things. You might have talents others do not have. So make others benefit from you and make others to make you benefit from them. So that is how we look at it, you know. Because as I mentioned, we might have these diversities when it comes to the interpretation of culture, like some, even Muslims and others, perceive Islam prior to culture, and some others view culture prior to Islam and others, and another group finds no difference between Islam and culture. So where do we belong? How we are going to understand? When we mention that culture, it is subjected to change from one community to another community. Whereas when you look at Islam, Islam will help us to manage these changes that will take place and these differences that we have. And another step here that is very important for us to understand when look at this, that every IIUM member should know the main elements contributing to their Muslim identity as addressed in the following Quranic verse. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ya ayyuhan nas, inna khalaqnakum min dhakarin wa untha وَجَعَلْنَاكُمْ شُعُوبًا وَقَبَائِلَ لِتَعَارَفُوا إِنَّ أَكْرَمَكُمْ عِنْدَ اللَّهِ أَتْقَاكُمْ. Now here I identified from this verse certain points. As I mentioned here, when look at the first part of this ayah, so that is not related to one particular group of people belonging to one culture identity or one identity from the culture perspective, tradition perspective, regional perspective, language perspective, whatever it is. But this is universal message that is addressed to humanity at large. So that is how we have, as Muslims, we have to bear in mind that we have to target everyone. That's why we are going to understand the universality of the message that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent to humanity through Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And immediately after that, this will help us to respond to contemporary challenge that we face. You see that nowadays, people behave like people of Lut. You see, and we know why people of Lut were punished. It's not that Allah hated the people of Lut, but they were punished because of what they were doing. And exactly today, we have many trends that they're going against the nature of the creation when it comes to the establishment of the fundamental institute of the community, that is family. So that is when you look at it, and we maintain, because when we understand the reality the way it is, we have to take care of this value that Allah has given to us. And that is the reason why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created us both male and female. And that is the true nature. When you look at every creation of Allah, is created in pairs. Why? Because multiplicity will take place. And when you look at the third part, after the male and female, multiplicity will take place through the legal way of the laws of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, then وَجَعَلْنَاكُمْ شُعُوبًا وَقَبَائِلًا. Now here, I understand that the cultural diversity and the custom that we have and traditions come under this component. وَجَعَلْنَاكُمْ شُعُوبًا وَقَبَائِلًا. What is the purpose? As I mentioned before, having this cultural diversity, we take it as an opportunity to know one another. That is why Allah said, لِتَعَارَفُوا. Now that is the very purpose when you have this diversity of nations. If Allah wanted us to be one nation, we can be. But Allah created us different. Why? Because when you look at, imagine, if all of us would like to be imam in the masjid. So now life will be different. Now who is going to be the ma'mun? If we say we have the imam, everyone would like to lead people in prayer. But alhamdulillah, Allah created us with these differences. So we have one that is very good in leading people, one that has another talent that is very good. Even though we believe that everyone can lead people in the prayer, can become an imam, but when you look at the reality, there is a balance that Allah has created for us. Why? Because when you look at the end, inna akramakum indallahi atqakum. So try to be among those righteous ones in order to get rid of all these differences. So that is how we look at it, Now another stage that or step that I might say here, when we relate this directly to your community being very mature, members of our community, that expectation is very high. We don't expect you to create problems. We are expecting you to solve problems, as well as to become the leaders or the leading figure in the community. You have to be the first one to take the responsibility, and that will show how, how you can manage things in our university. And especially when you look at the culture differences. For example, you might go and you are going to go to the counter, maybe in the Center of Postgraduate Studies, and you might, there is a long queue there. You might get angry why it is too late, So why don't they serve us well? So this is the reality, So wherever we go, we face this kind of situations. So how we can manage this, So this should not bring us to the level to think differently for the other people. That is why the most important thing here for you and for all of us to understand, it is how we are going to elevate our inner personal identity. So what are the components that will help us to elevate the inner personal identity in order to manage this outer aspect, the interpersonal relationship that we have with people? As I mentioned before, that is why the taqwa will help us, and I believe this is the key indicator that we use in order to manage this cultural diversity that we have in ourselves. Now, when you look at ourselves, even sometimes we change our mind. Let's say I want to do this, then after a while I see that is not proper, I change. After that, I see that is not proper, I change. Even when you are going to write your thesis, after a while, when you finish, you say that why did I write this? Then I have to change. So that is the reality of life. So when you accept these diversities in general and cultural diversity in particular, so that will help us to look at ourselves as one single family in our community. And another thing, important thing that will help us to have this self-transformation, it is when we want to be honored in the sight of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So we are not here to be pleased by people. I mean, we are not here to be famous among people, but we are here to be famous in the sight of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So if you have that in mind, then I believe that this will help you to have this self-transformation. If we look at ourselves now, if there is any component that will make us feel better than others, believing that my culture is better than yours, so this might create a problem. So try to get rid of it. We have many good values in different cultures. And we know that those cultural values that are contradictory to one another, when we come together, we don't have to make use of them, even though they're allowed by Islam to be used in our own community that we belong. We have same culture. But when you come together, like in IIUM, so don't try to impose on others your cultural value that you might think and you believe that is better than others. There is no such thing except the teachings of Islam and except what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given to us and what has been left behind by Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And another important key, if I say indicator that will help us, that will bring us to this kind of self-evaluation. Now we talk about how I am going to have this accountability, because that will, in the process of self-transformation, in order to change, then we have to evaluate ourselves. But how we are going to evaluate ourselves? Now, what will help us to evaluate ourselves? As I mentioned before, it is the Islamic identity that we have that will help us to evaluate ourselves. Otherwise, it will be difficult. It is like every time we read the Quran. Now, when we read the Quran, we have to ponder. When I talk about tadabbur al-Quran, we take lessons. Even, you see, every time we read the Quran, we find new things every time we read the Quran. So that is how we benefit. Otherwise, if we look at things and we don't see any change, so that will not help us to, to bring ourselves out from the box that we isolate ourselves and thinking that we are better than others. And another stage, when we develop the inner personality or inner aspect of our personality, then this will help us exactly to behave the way we are developing ourselves in our inner personality. So then we can apply this. We don't have to cheat people. We don't have to lie them. Yeah, you might say there are certain situations, but these are rare situations. But in reality, we try to promote the culture of getting rid of all these values that are not accepted by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now, it is like when we are going to be sincere with one another, I believe that this will help us to manage culture conflicts and culture differences that we find in our community here in our university. This is the reality, you are not going to stay in your room. Even maybe some of you are not here in our university, but once in a while you are going to come to our university, maybe those who do by research, but those who are going to stay here. So this is a reality that we face every day. not only in the campus here, but you might go outside the university. So now try to become, take one of the people that are here as a bridge that will ease your life while dealing with the environment in our university as well as outside the university. But if we come here and we say that we are better than they are, so this will create problems and doesn't solve the problems. So forget about it. Is like when we come here, we have to forget many things that we had back home. But I am not saying that you don't have to lose your identity. Is it clear? You maintain your identity as a Muslim. At the same time, you maintain cultural values that are accepted by Islam. But when you see that this will create problems in our relationship, then just put them aside. Then you can make use of them when they are needed, because they are good values. And indirectly, you can make use of these cultural values. But if you are going to put them at the front line and you don't give space for others, this will create, a conflict. This is what I'm trying to say. What we can, what we get from this in reality, I have a long experience being in this university. So we have faced many situations. Alhamdulillah, what I can say, the most important thing is for us to show endurance. If you show endurance and you use hikmah in a proper way, then the rest we leave it to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Because the most important thing, we should have tawakkul. You see, we have to surrender ourselves completely to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And when knowing the fact that you are a Muslim and you have this kind of tawakkul, I believe that all these cultural differences or diversity that we have and you are going to face in our university, and you can find this everywhere. Before I conclude, before I stop, I would just like to share, you see, in some communities, through this process of de-Islamization, for example, in many communities, alhamdulillah, here we are well compared to other communities. But if you look at some communities, so they are trying to establish a new identity for communities that they want to get rid of all cultural identities, religious identities, and they create a new identity. So that is what is happening. So how we are going to respond to this reality? Now, we can respond when we strengthen our relationship with members of our community. So to strengthen our relationship, then be patient, when you are dealing with your Muslim brother, and try to help one another and benefit from one another and learn from one another. So this is what I can say, and thank you very much. And Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Dr. Amir, thank you very much for sharing about the management of cultural diversity in IIUM, and also for all of us to be aware. So many important points. I found it interesting that even Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam's among his final messages are related to do not discriminate. Yeah. And also we should leverage or make use of cultural diversity and do not use it as a weapon. I believe that has something to do with we need to make use of it and do not fight over it. Yeah. And also we shouldn't aim to be famous among human beings, but we should ultimately think of always seeking Allah's pleasure. That's amazing for us to be reminded.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. And we have around 15 minutes. Are you okay, Doctor, if we open this for Q&A?
Yeah, please go ahead,
Okay.
I was struggling, if it was like a kind of discussion would be much better. But it's okay. You just proceed, yeah.
Yes. Everyone, you may ask Doctor about cultural diversity.
Or they can share anything that we benefit, that will be good as well. So we want to benefit.
Yes. So not only to ask questions, everyone may also share anything valuable when it comes to cultural diversity.
MashaAllah, we have a big number, MashaAllah.
Indeed.
So we hope this
Indeed,
will
Doctor.
increase from day to day, inshallah, from year to year, we get a bigger number, inshallah.
Yeah, it's a good
MashaAllah.
revival for us after COVID. I guess we came a little bit empty, our campus, but now we are seeing people coming.
Alhamdulillah.
Anyone? I didn't have the chance to attend your classes, Doctor, because I did my bachelor's and master's here in IIUM.
In which kulia?
Economics.
In economics. At the beginning, I used to teach courses related to Islamic worldview, ethics, and fiqh for everyday life. These were courses that were taken by other students in our university. So we used to have students from economics, from law, from architecture, engineering, medical students that I mentioned to you. So we used to teach them. Later on, I joined Usuluddin, a comparative religion, like after 4 years. I joined Usuluddin, a comparative religion. So in our department, we have limited students who come from whether specialization to our department or those from human sciences. Even we had some from law, even economics, who would like to take maybe minor in our some courses that they used to take from our department. Yeah.
Okay, Doctor. Oh, anyway, Doctor, is it okay if I ask you, where are you from?
Me from Albania.
Albania? Oh,
yes.
I see. Okay. And so, is the culture in Albania diverse? And how did you deal with cultural diversity then?
I mean, of course, in Albania, we have, we belong to the same, like in Malaysia, we are the same people speaking the same language. But we have cultural differences when you go from one region to another region. So we face that kind of, when you look at traditions, customs, we have differences. Even the culture, behavior that they have, we have differences, But of course, after I came to know about Islam, so I see that Islam is above all. So that is the most important thing that we can, what will make us tolerate and, or let's say, forgive others, and it is what we have. So we have to present to them what we have in the best way. So let people ask you who you are and what you have, instead of telling them who you are. So let us, I mean, the actions speak on behalf of our talks, and our manners are very important, how we behave. So I've seen, yes, I faced the problem when I was like them, but through time, I used to educate myself. It's very difficult. It's a challenge that we go through. But as I mentioned, the only thing that will help us, based on my experience, it is sabr. So wait, maybe somebody will offend you. So what you're going to do? So are you going to explode? It doesn't make sense. So now we said that we want to become better than others. So to become better than others, then we have to be patient. And we find the right way to raise this up. So when I find the right way, I believe that this will make others love us instead of hating us. And they will respect us, So whether they like what we follow or not, but we make others through this way to respect us. So that is how, based on my experience, I mean, when I look at whether in my country or in other countries that have been, and especially here in Malaysia.
Sorry, Doctor, someone is unmuted. Sorry, Doctor.
Yeah, it's okay.
Mr. Vesta, could you please unmute yourself? Please? Okay. Yes. Sorry, Doctor. Proceed.
Now, when you look at the Malaysia experience, yes, I mean, at the beginning was very difficult. Like I see the students here, it was very difficult for me. But Alhamdulillah, when I look at the activities that the university was engaging us with the members of the community, even though at the beginning, I know that we from Albania, we used to speak very loud and making these movements, In Malaysia, they don't have that culture, And they're thinking that, oh, these people are fighting now. So now when we came closer to them, I remember during the time that we had this Jama, I mean, public, they were taking care of us. And they were expressing their consent, telling us, okay, now you're in Malaysia, try to behave in this way. These people, they have different culture. So try to make yourself or accommodate yourself to the difference that you see in Malaysia. So I see, like, if I may give you an example, like when you go to the masjid, for example, we don't have that, you know, I haven't seen that in Albania. You see in Malaysia, they just bend and they put the hand in front like this. I have seen that in Malaysia. I haven't seen in other places. So now we are used to that. So this is very good, you know. So now we become a part of the community. I believe the community will be pleased with that. Then they respect us. So when you become a part of the community, then you have many benefits instead of coming and telling us that you are better than I am. So this will not benefit all of us. So that is what I can say, even though, as I mentioned, that we are human beings. Sometimes we get angry, but try to keep your anger within yourself and express your anger in front of Allah. We are praying 5 times a day. So we complain to Allah why we have to create problems with people. So Allah is the only one who is going to bring us from this situation. At the same time, as I mentioned before, based on my experience, when we get closer with people, we have a strong bond with each other. And only then you can express yourself easily as you like, without, of course, without offending one another. So this is, I mean, based on my experience, even now when I'm teaching, so you think that, yes, we have different students in the class. They come from different backgrounds. So now we expect that you being postgraduate students, so you are grown up, you are not like undergraduate students. So we expect you to help the community. So you don't expect that problems will come from this community. So I look at it from that aspect. So now we have, as I mentioned, students that they come from, maybe even they come a bit late, or they show this anger, or maybe we don't know how they have gone through. So instead of judging, what I'm trying to say is better to study the situation and investigate the situation. So don't let others brand you as a stranger or as a bad person. So that might be the problem, but we are trying to help one another to solve each one's problem, because every one of us has a problem. And that problem, as I mentioned, if we share with one another, easily we can solve without any problem.
Excuse me, Sister Husna, do you want to share something, or else you may mute, please? Okay, sorry.
I think I
Yes,
saw
Doctor.
that, Brother Muhammad, there is somebody saying that the strategies recommend the students to ensure they finish their postgraduate studies on time. Now that is related to, yes, I was a postgraduate student as well. So you try to have a plan. You have to plan well. When you come to this university, when you plan, let's say, what do you want to do within semester 1? So when you plan that you have to achieve, and the rest will leave it well. It is like, I want to plan to get an A, for example, then I do my best to get an A. Whether I achieve to get an A or not is a different thing. But if you plan, then this will help you. As well as try to find people that you know are better than you. And others might think that you are better than they are. And try to go to the library. If you are maybe online, maybe you can refer to books. You read books, spend most of the time to read instead of hanging around. And you meet people that are eager to know more, to learn, to study. So sit with those people that are interested to become better. So don't sit with people that will dismotivate you. But if you are able to motivate those who dismotivate you, then you can achieve your goal as well. So this is, I mean, based, as I mentioned, so you can achieve, you might face other problems, but try to be patient. So we might face maybe financial problems. You might have financial crisis. So how to manage that, you know? So if you have a good relationship with people, they might help you. So that is a benefit that we get when we are respecting others and getting closer to one another. So try to make use of this opportunity, as I mentioned before. Then the rest we leave it to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So that would be, I mean, something that, but you don't have to give up. Even when you face difficulties, don't give up. Look ahead, look at the future, don't look behind. So forget about what is behind. Maybe today you don't like someone's behavior. Maybe tomorrow he or she will become your close friend. So if you use that as an opportunity, I believe that this will help us. So look at tomorrow, you want to become somebody that to contribute to the community. And you want to, above all, as I mentioned before, we are here to please Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So if you bear all this in mind, and another thing that I would like you to remind as well, so you have parents, so look at what your parents they have taught you about. Because we believe that, yes, why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has mentioned the Quran after Tawheed, Bir al-Walidain. And I believe that when we refer to our parents and we get the advices, we ask them to pray for us, and that will help and motivate us to do things better. So I believe your parents, when they send you to this university, they have a high expectation. So don't let them, don't put them down, don't let them feel unhappy with you. So when you bring all this into your mind, I believe this will motivate you. And another thing that I might say that you look at what is the expectation of the community towards you. Like you are in university, you are here in IIUM now. So the IIUM expects a lot from you. Now, when you have that in mind, I believe this will motivate you to do your best. I know we have many students here, alhamdulillah, we are very happy. They are working very hard, So at the beginning, they face some challenges, but when they cope up easily, they open up even with the lectures. You can talk with the lectures. So maybe something that you cannot talk maybe with your parents, but you can talk with your lectures as well. So use all these platforms. And another thing, try to go to the right, channels. Use the right channels. In our university, we have many offices here. Try to go, if you have a problem, don't wait until the last moment. So try to facilitate it the moment that you feel there is something wrong. And I believe this will help you to manage and finish your, to get your degree on time, not to delay, So there is no excuse, if I may say. I believe that during our time when we are studying, we didn't have these facilities that you have. I can share with you, when I used to go to the library, we used to have these cards, You have to A, B, C, D. You have to find the books. Now you press on the bottom of the laptop, then everything is given to you. So make use of this opportunity. I remember in our university, we had the library at the beginning. Now we have a very big and wonderful library. So make use of these facilities. So be a member of a library and the masjid and the community, engage in what is good, al-amru bil ma'ruf wa nahi anil munkar. So be a person that will be loved by the creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And of course, you'll be loved by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So this is what I can say based on my experience, Alhamdulillah, ala kulli hal, we have to be thankful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Doctor,
Yes.
thank you for giving us the suggestions. Okay, we have one more person. This is going to be the last. We have around, we have limited time because Dr. Azhar is already here. So Brother Mahmoud Subeh, do you want to say your thoughts just now?
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Fatmir. It's an honor for you to attend. I wanted to comment about the anger. Thank you so much for this advice, because I've actually learned as I grew older. During my time in UI as an undergraduate student, I was always stressed and upset and just angry about myself, or angry about that I failed this subject, or I'm not going anywhere, I can't find my internship. So as I got older and I worked as a teacher, I've really realized that you need to have patience with anyone you deal with, and being angry really doesn't help with anything. And then when I learned how to not be angry with anyone, it really made me more happier, and I discovered myself more. And now that I came back to do PhD in UIA, I felt like a different person now. Like how I deal with my professors now, they deal with me in a very different way now. And I feel more close to them, and they've been like, I managed to do my research proposal in one short semester, alhamdulillah. because of my effort and also commitment with my professors. And now I have comprehensive exam in January, inshallah, and I hope that it goes very well.
Inshallah, inshallah. May Allah يوفقكم inshallah. Yeah, alhamdulillah, Brother Muhammad, we have a very good example here and fresh that Brother Mahmoud shared with us, mashallah, you know. So we are very happy to have these good examples that can motivate others who are new to our community, alhamdulillah, you know. Alhamdulillah. Allah.
Okay, yes. First of all, then, let me give a big thank you to Dr. Fatmir once again for sharing with us. Doctor, thank you very much. And
welcome.
We really hope to see you in person as we all arrive in IIUM, for those who are here. Yeah. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, welcome. So may I excuse myself, Brother Muhammad?
Sure, Doctor.
Yeah, okay. في أمان الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And by the way, before we proceed also, I would like to, first of all, appreciate everyone who are participating in this program, pay attention, you know, try to ask questions, share their thoughts. Okay, it's very much appreciated. So keep this spirit up. We really hope that in your academic performance, it goes this way too. And so, yes, now we are coming to perhaps the end of the agenda. Here we will have the closing speech. So let me introduce our speaker first. Okay, we will have our Deputy Dean of PG students, Deputy Dean of CPS, responsible research and innovation, Associate Professor Dr. Azhar bin Muhammad Ibrahim. Doctor,
yeah,
please welcome.
All right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So thank you, Brother Yasir, for your kind introduction. Right. Okay, so distinguished professors, respected colleagues, and my dear postgraduate students. So it's an honor for me to stand here as we bring this memorable Taaruf week to close. Okay, first of all, so I would like to express, my heartfelt congratulations to all of you, our new postgraduate students, for choosing IIUM as the next step in your academic journey. Okay, your presence here marks, the beginning of an exciting chapter in your life. So you will have a lot of opportunities, challenges, and of course, tremendous growth. So here in IIUM, we are deeply committed to nurture you both your academic and spiritual development. We believe in education that shapes the character, values, and the ability to contribute positively to society and, of course, to the Ummah at large. Brothers and sisters, allow me to emphasize once again the core values that shape the identity of our institution. So we are guided by the philosophy of Islamization, integration, internationalization, and comprehensive excellence. So these are not just buzzwords. They reflect our mission to combine the best of knowledge with ethical leadership, a concept, deeply rooted in Islamic principles. So we aim to create scholars who not only excel in their respective fields, but also lead with integrity, empathy, and a sense of purpose. So whether you are continuing research in pure sciences, social sciences, engineering, Islamic studies, or any other discipline, your work, will contribute to the greater body of knowledge that IIUM produces for the betterment of humanity. Right. Okay. So brothers and sisters, let's lighten our mood a bit. Okay. So as a graduate students, okay, in a graduate school, when your idea of a balanced diet is a coffee in one hand and a thesis in the other. And of course, you will know that sleeping in will become a thing of the past. I mean here, so how during your graduate studies, how your 5 a.m. become the new 10 a.m. Your 5 a.m. become the new 10 a.m. 10 a.m. So means you'll get busy, when time will come, you'll get busy. Even just 5 a.m. in the morning, you already get busy as if it's already 10 a.m. And your coffee will become your best friend. Your most meaningful friendship is with your thesis. And you see, let's not forget the magical ability of a graduate student. See, somehow the closer the deadline, the more productive you become at doing absolutely everything. Yep. That's why if you can survive graduate school, you can survive anything. Am I right? Yep. So you see, as you begin this journey, it is important to acknowledge that it will not always be easy. Postgraduate studies come with their fair share of challenges, whether they be tight deadlines, research obstacles, or moments of self-doubt. But remember, each challenge is an opportunity for growth. See, your time management skills also will be key to your success. Set your goals, prioritize your tasks, and maintain a healthy balance between your academic pursuits and personal life. Of course, there will be moments when you face setbacks, but it is in these moments that you will learn the most. Your supervisors, your kuliahs, your colleagues, your peers, and the CPS team, of course, are here to support you during these times. But the determination to succeed must come from within you. So brothers and sisters, we at CPS, we are committed to provide comprehensive support to ensure your success. From the moment you enroll, our team is working here to facilitate your academic experience, and we will continue to do so throughout your time at IIUM. We understand the various pressures that come with postgraduate studies. We are always will be there, inshallah, to advise and to support. Okay, and brothers and sisters, I would like to remind again, as you may already heard this before, we at CPS offers a range of financial assistantships to support postgraduate students. So including awards. So I'm repeating, so you might be here already, you knew about this. Okay, we have CPS Sejahtera Awards, CPS Khair Awards, and we do have local conference supports and also index journal publication supports. And several essential online platforms also we do have, like iMonitor, iViva, iGrad, iMalum, available to all students, providing access to academic resources, course materials, and research tracking to ensure smooth communication and progress throughout your studies. All right, so I hope that's clear. So brothers and sisters, another important aspect of your time here will be the connections you make. IIUM is known, you see, for its diverse. You know, we have students from over 100 countries. This is an incredible opportunity to learn from one another, to exchange ideas and perspectives, and to foster relationships that will last a lifetime. Okay, the internationalization aspect of IIUM is one of our greatest strengths, and you will find that your time here will enrich not only your academic knowledge, but also your understanding of the world, right? Yep. Okay, so and furthermore, we don't just focus on specialized knowledge in silos, but we want to encourage cross-disciplinary engagement. In an increasingly interconnected world, the ability to understand and collaborate across different fields of study is a very, very important skill. Okay, last, as you move forward, I encourage you also to actively engage with your kuliah. Each kuliah provides resources specific to area of study, to your area of study. And I urge you to take full advantage of this. The kuliah members in each department are experts in their fields and are there to support you as you progress into your research. Postgraduate study, it is, as all of us know, it is about contributing original thought, asking critical questions, and solving real-world problems through research. Your kuliah will be the primary space where this intellectual engagement happens. So stay connected, attend seminars, workshops, conferences, and make most of the resources available to you. So before I conclude, I want to emphasize one final point. Your journey at IIUM is not just about academic success. You have the opportunity to become leaders who will make significant contributions to society and to the Ummah at large. So whether through your research, your professional life, or your personal actions, the knowledge and values you acquire here will shape your ability to contribute positively to the world. So we are living in time where the world needs informed, ethical, and compassionate leaders more than ever. You are the future of your respective fields. And inshallah, your contributions will help shape a better world for all. So to wrap things up, I would like to once again congratulate all of you on beginning this important journey at IIUM. So we believe that you will excel. We believe that you will excel and make meaningful contributions during your time here. So inshallah, I pray also that Allah grants you success, wisdom, and perseverance throughout your studies and beyond. And for all of us, on behalf of the Center of Postgraduate Studies, I wish you all the best. With that, inshallah, I hereby officially close the Taaruf week for semester 1 of the 2024-2025 academic year. Thank you. And once again, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Billahi taufiq. Yeah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Doctor, thank you so much.
Yeah.
And so it's like we have an empowering opening speech in the beginning. Now we have another empowering speech at the end, and we are truly thankful for that. Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah.
And so I think as of now, I would like to only also remind everyone about the outing tomorrow, especially for those who already registered. Please check your email if there is any information in there. And also, please come early. Please come as suggested in, the tentative there. Yeah, you should come at around or a little bit before 8. That would be very nice. The executive committees of BGSS will be there too, although not all, because some of us are away. But until then, we should see each other. Okay. So since Doctor already officially closed this, and let us end in here, perhaps we should read Tasbih, Kafara, and Sunatul Asr.